Hello and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. I am the Dungeon Master. My name is DJ McKellips. These are my lovely players off to, I believe, my left on the screen, if I'm pointing at this correctly.
You're right.
You did it, man.
I did it.
I mean, you're pointing at
You're
us.
on the
but
right
you're,
side.
You are pointing
You
at
as the
us.
DM on the left side of the screen.
We've only been
We
doing
are
this
on
for
your
Yes, so
right
it's
side.
still to my left.
Yeah,
So
IRL,
we are to
yes.
your right.
No,
Yeah,
you're
but
not. I'm looking at
IRL,
the
we're to
screen.
your left.
You know, left and right is a social construct developed by the ancients.
Anyway, we're having a grand old time. Everything's going to be great. Things aren't going to go wrong. Hopefully. We tried. You
And
think?
what can go wrong? We're just gonna leave.
We're just going to stop.
I'm just gonna
you know?
not.
Well, we do have a few announcements to get through before we get started with today's episode. Starting with, let's see, who is my favorite?
Me,
Grant's
me,
waving his
me.
hand. Grant, starting with you.
All right, what's up, podcast? What's up, YouTube? Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. And guess what? I have a very important announcement for all of you. You know how YouTube has been behind for the last forever? Guess what? It's caught up. Yes, sir. A side series. We're talking the main campaign, and table talks, all that stuff. All there. If you want to catch up, watch campaign 1. Watch all of campaign 2. It's
We don't
all,
have a
or
campaign two.
chapter 2. Chapter 2. It's all there, and the podcast will be close behind. I believe.
I would, yes. Since you made an effort to mention the YouTube game caught up, currently the podcast is up to episode 5. Episode 6 is going to come out later tonight, and then episode 7
So-
is going to come out later this week. So
Yeah, so very excited about that. If you'd like to see us live sometime, say hello. Monday, 7 p.m. CST. We'd love to see you. Thank you. Oh, also like the video or subscribe, leave a rating on podcast, all that stuff. You know what to do. And
Very
drop
nice.
Primes if you have Amazon Prime free sub. There you go. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Lydia, you are next.
Huh? Wait, DJ, does that mean that we have other places we're on other than Twitch? No
Yeah.
way. I didn't know that.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
crazy. Huh? We're on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook. The Facebook's the real, huh? But yeah, we're on other social media platforms. So go check us out.
Is
Paper
this,
Dungeon elsewhere.
is this the new norm?
I think that was my favorite one that Lydia's done.
Like,
That was pretty good.
Yeah, go check us out on the rest of our stuff. It's great. Aaron, you are next.
What's up, losers? We have a website, www.thepaperdungeon.com, where we have merch. We can buy stuff with our logo on it,
Wow.
or other things, like things that DJ said like 4 years ago. It's great. Speaking of merch stores, Lydia also has a merch store, lydiacrin.com, right? I think that's the one. You sell like merch, like shirts with your art on it, shorter shirts with your art on it. Those are crop tops, pillows, and you have a commission list, which is pretty cool. And it's all caught up, so you're just waiting for people to tell you what to draw, right? You're just
And-
bated
are you
breath.
talking to the fans or to Lydia right now?
To Lydia right now?
Hey,
Also coming soon, body pillows with Grotz and Kiyomura on them.
never.
We
We're
can
excited.
only.
Never.
Hey, we didn't say it would be in your store.
No.
But yeah, check it out. Lydia does all of our art, all of our overlays. Anything that you see on screen that is not a camera is something that Lydia did. She's very good at her job. So go commission your own art from her. It's great. Do you also want me to do?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. There's the Discord. Don't let me forget about it, because how could I ever? It's fantastic. And if you're not on it, you are messing up, because it's a really cool place with a lot of cool people, and you can get a lot of cool stuff, especially if you're a subscriber, because eventually we will be releasing some of our content from Patreon, which I don't know who's going to cover
Yes.
that, but I'm going to just do it now. Some of our special stuff from Patreon will be released to our subscribers through our Discord. So if you're not on there, you are missing out, especially if you are a subscriber. Speaking of Patreon, there's a lot of ways to support us. Patreon, Ko-Fi, Streamlabs donations, that is just right there on your screen. It's great. The Patreon will have a lot more cool content coming up. We already have one duo shot released, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
Yes.
It's
And-
Abinthy and Edward.
Yes, we will have a second one coming out. We haven't fully planned exactly when, but it shouldn't be too long. So keep an eye out for that one. It's really awesome. Do you
We also have stuff from Cather and Melora from a little bit ago when they were imprisoned that we will also be releasing.
Yes.
Yes, someone on our Discord.
A little bit
Just a little bit ago
of work on it, but it does exist and it will be released. If you guys want to watch it, unless you guys don't want to watch it, then
we're a competent company.
Speaking of being competent, also go check out the Mist manuscripts. Aaron has co-authored some of those different adventures and modules and settings, I believe is technically what they are, that take place within the Ravenloft.
Shadowfell. Okay.
Shadowfell.
I got it. Well, people do messed up stuff to the right of me. Mist Manuscripts on the DM's Guild. It is a book that parallels Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. It adds 6 dark domains. It's a really cool thing that I worked on with a bunch of other people. And the most important thing about it is that from now until Halloween, any proceeds will be price matched and donated as well, because the price will also go to Jasper's Game Day, but we will price match it and then double it. So if it is pay what you want, if we manage to make somehow $400 off of it, we won't make it. We will donate the $400 to Jasper's Game Day, and then multiple of us will be price matching that $400 to also donate to Jasper's Game Day. What we recommend is do the pay what you want, which is $1.50, and then go donate the actual amount you want to donate to Jasper's Game Day just directly to them, because DM's Guild takes 50% of any proceeds on their website. So you're paying WotC, but you could be paying Jasper's Game Day, which is way cooler.
Also, I think it's really funny if you look at the captions on the screen. It's not DM's Guild, it's Dam's Guild.
Yeah, the Dam's Guild.
Hey, Grant. If you go back to the Fox, we'd make a killer Zootopia.
I am Fox, you are
I'm just
bunny.
saying right now, this looks like something that I would see on an art website. This is a definite
this is the
shippable
metaverse.
thing.
Welcome to Facebook.
Okay. All right.
This is what happens when you go to Facebook.
Before this goes into absolute chaos, Drew, go ahead and roll a clip, and we'll get started with tonight's episode of the Paper Dungeon.
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story, a tale of glory, fear, and fortune, as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. So our party has been slowly making their way towards the recovery of Cather Ebenthar from the interplanar city of Sigil. They went through a variety of different ways of trying to get to Sigil, just trying to figure out if Cather was in Sigil. They talked to Glacia, the demon prince. No, the
Devil.
Archdevil, that's what it is. I can remember the technical terms. The Archdevil of the 6th layer of hell. Also an old flame of our boy Abinthy Triplewitz. They talked to Gratz. They talked to Miriam Azima, this super ancient sorceress who resides over a plane called the In-Between, which is kind of this catch-all plane that catches drifting planar travelers. Also, if you like the In-Between, go check out that's something we forgot to talk about.
Between the Rows.
Come back on Wednesday.
Of the Father.
See Between the Rows, Sins of the Father. It's going to be episode 3 this week. And be aware, on the 31st of this month will be the finale of it. taking
That's
over.
Halloween for those of you who don't know.
That's also a Monday. So the last episode will not be on a Wednesday. It will be on the Monday, and it will be the finale of season 3 of Between the Rows, which is super exciting. Forgot to mention that. I apologize. Meanwhile, the party finally was able to find Cather in Sigil through some fancy back alleyways that they were able to gain access to due to a newfound friend, Adelar Crave, the Archmage of Wisteria Vale, and also an old friend of Glossia as well. So he was able to get them into Sigil, which was locked down due to an elemental attack. An attack that they figured out was the result of interplayer demons. Interplayer.
You got this. Just
I
give
can
it
do
another
this.
go.
Let me get a
Give
sip
it
of
another
water.
go.
Do
Let me
it.
get a sip of water.
Okay, taking a sip of water. That's a very nice glass.
Interplanar beings.
Yes.
Proud of
Wow.
you.
Wow. What a
Flipping through-
crafter of words. What a gilded tongue this one has.
I know I can speak very filigraphically.
Hey, you've got that word down though.
Yeah.
They found out that there are many inner and outer planar beings that are slipping through the edges of the planes. This is a result of the Feywild opening up its borders to allow much easier access for outer planar beings to get into the Feywild, which could eventually result to outer planar beings having almost a direct line to the material plane, which could be extremely catastrophic for the material plane if the Feywild were to kind of act as TSA, quote unquote, for the material plane, as Feywild doesn't really have the material plane's best interest in mind. But they
What? No.
no, I know
Really?
They're the
Nonetheless.
TSA that only lets you bring knives through.
exactly. You only are allowed to bring knives and bombs. They did find Cather in Sigil. They did use some creative uses of the banishment spell and a teleportation circle to yeet themselves back across the plains and into the material plane, where they found themselves back at the keep, at which point they then decided to reconnect and reconvene and connect all the dots to all the different interesting phenomenon that's been happening recently between the attack on the Scholar's Guide, the increased activity of Autumn Daughters, the Feywild opening up the plains. Let's see, what else has happened? I forget. Sigil being shut down, all the different things that have happened. And so, oh yes, Miriam Azima and things that have to do with Ruat,
And
all those different
Zeus
types of things.
Thrym.
What was that? And Zeus
Zeus
Yes,
Thrym.
random names from history. They reconnected the dots. They then decided that the best way to deal with the troubles at hand was to go to Athala, specifically to talk to Saradol, one of the prime goddesses, sister of Adaria, one of Cather's gods, and see what she has to say about the rod moving forward, about the curse. So they went to the temples. They went to an area known as the Home of the Gods, a series of temples in the third ring of Athala that have a temple for every domain that the gods preside over, and within that domain temple they have separate spaces for each of those gods that preside over those domains. And so they had a grand old time. They went to Athala. Edward was able to catch up with one of his connections and his assistants there to make sure that Athala was running smoothly, which he found that it was, which is very relieving to him. Abinthy was able to go and find a extremely rare piece of audronite. And Renaya and Cather went and communed with Saradol. She then very much encouraged them to stop their search for pieces of the rods, as it's extremely dangerous. She also gave them a way out by removing the curse of Lex from Renaya and allowing her to once again have control over her freedom over her ability to touch things and people and all that type of stuff without being permanently bound to them and having to kill them if she wants to be free. Great time. She also gave Renaya a very, very kind gift, a small marble containing what seemed to be a small pocket dimension of a wildflower field. that her and Gratz can go into 3 times to have time outside of the view of Baphomet, who is currently presiding over Renaya and preventing her from being able to be with her love and overall just enjoy her life. He's basically enslaved her. Not a good time.
Just a real buzzkill, you know.
It is a real buzzkill. They then left the temple, and we're gonna pick right up with where we left off. Renaya and Cather, you are just leaving the temple. Abinthy has just suggested that you guys go to the Valley of Kings in East Bravania to search for another piece of the rod.
So,
Right there.
Oh, geez,
to the Valley of Kings?
I have to roleplay now.
Right,
I just did.
about
Get
that.
on it.
So, not really doing that anymore, I guess.
Okay.
Don't we have to find
The
What?
rod?
the rod? What was the name of this next one?
Justicia.
Boron? Oh,
Wow, you could not be more far off. That's
That really
That's an
wasn't
element
anything.
on the table.
it was on. It was on the tip of my tongue. I don't
hydrogen,
know.
helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. That's literally number 5.
Wow.
Anyway, free of curse.
Congratulations!
Whoa.
I
Thank
loved
you.
that god
We
of
did it.
grandmas. She's
We did-
one of
we-
the not too bad ones.
Cather, your prayer worked.
Sure.
Did you even get a vision this time? You just asked and it happened.
Yeah.
Wow. You
I'm
really
not going to
have
pick
changed.
up on those
we're
latent
not,
hostility
but
at
we're
all.
not going after them anymore.
Okay. Should we perhaps send someone to the Valley of Kings to, like, keep an eye over it?
Wait, these rods, they're still dangerous, right?
Yeah.
What if we're in a race for them? But it's probably best we leave it be, right?
I mean, a lot of the information on where all this stuff was destroyed. What
Right.
remains we have. I think as long as we take it, we keep it at the keep it tucked away and safe.
That's a good idea.
Keep
I
an
like
eye
it.
on it in case something happens.
It's-
But
Oh, that's
It
relieving
is
then.
fair if the rods are most dangerous together. We have 2 of them.
Yes. Look at us. Why this isn't going too badly. You're not cursed. We have the rods. We can believe in their relative safety. Athala's doing good. I guess it's just right, the anathema and the fae and all that. Seems a bit above our heads. Does anyone have any ideas?
Yes, Cather.
Just random question, DM, because I thought of it just now. Can Renaya unattune to Ruat?
You don't know.
Yes, it would be a real bummer.
She's
I'm
technically
going to.
not-
That thing's useful.
She's technically not attuned to Lex at the moment,
Right.
having been freed from the curse.
Right.
But Renaya is the only true master over Ruat at the moment,
Right.
and yeah, she's not going.
If
Thankfully,
Renaya
We
were
don't have to cross that
unattune-
bridge because Renaya is not going to unattune to it.
If Renaya were to
That was nice.
unattune and then try to reattune, would she then have to kill someone to gain mastery over it to Ruat again?
These are a lot of really great questions.
We
that
could
I'd love
give
for
it
you
a
to explore
try.
in the game.
These are a lot of great questions that I never want to find out.
Regardless, so let's say, because the one in the Valley of Kings, if we know about it, there's a chance that someone else may know about it.
Well, I only
And-
know about it because I found it on a map that I've been searching for years.
Yes. And who knows how long the anathema has been looking for it. So there's a chance that they know something.
Haven't you seen National Treasure?
Yes,
No.
exactly. It's with Nick Cage.
Yes.
But it's with a K and like
Yes.
an umlaut over the thing.
Well, here's my thought process. Say we acquire the other ones, then we have them all collective in one location.
Oh, I'm not saying go get it. No, that's a terrible idea. But
Okay.
if we should send someone to watch over the Valley of Kings, so
Give
that
somebody
way, if
else location of where this super powerful
I'm just saying
rod
you
is.
can camp out. It doesn't have to be one of us. We can just send some random person that's on like an archaeological excavation or something. Blah 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 blah. There's tons of those going on.
Why don't we
And
send
then
Leshka?
if the anathema shows up, then we have a tell where they are, and we can do something about it.
Leshka will pipe up at this moment and say, I could perhaps mount a small expedition to the Valley of Kings, just to maybe not per se look for anything, but more so just make sure nobody else is there poking their heads where they shouldn't, and then maybe just keep a watchful eye on it every now and again. I'm sorry to admit it, though. I should be heading off regardless, as it seems that the library is still in need of help and repair, and well, I've kind of set out I've accomplished what I set out to do. Since we have all managed to recover Cather safely, it has been truly great fun, and if you guys would like me perhaps to send you somewhere, I can certainly do that, but otherwise I think it's probably about time for me to get going.
Oh, well, I was going to volunteer myself for that job, but if you're already going to be gone, then I suppose I should not take away that thrill for you. It has been a pleasure. Is everyone... I can't make decisions with this group. I'm just going to take a step back.
Leshka, you've done a fine job with us. In fact, honestly, if I were to speak frankly, I don't think we would have accomplished what we have without you. So...
Oh, well, that is a very kind thing for you to say, Edward.
If we ever need you, you can be confident that we'll ask.
Need a signal flare.
And Leshka will walk over and like give Edward a hug, and he'll like go over and like give Abinthy like a firm handshake.
It's the like double clasp.
Yeah,
The professional,
exactly.
your presidential handshake. Yeah.
He'll give Cather a hug. A lighter, like more like the bro hug, he like gave
the side hug.
Yeah, he gave like Edward like a full envelopment hug.
They do some back patting.
Yeah, and then he'll finally walk over to Renaya, and kind of kneel down just a little bit because he's so freakishly tall, and just put a hand on each shoulder. It's like, I'm so very proud that you've made it this far, Renaya, and I'm so excited to see where you continue to travel. And please, by all means, feel free to message me every day. And I promise I will respond in kind.
Okay, just remember the word limit, and you don't abuse that, please. It's you'd think after 3 years people would understand the concept of this spell, and they really don't. So I need you to remember the word limit and to be careful. Ums count.
Yes.
Ums count.
Counts. That's right. You learn that when you read books about spells. See, there's this great one by a friend that I recently acquired. Never mind. And he'll pull Rennie into a hug.
She hugs him.
And after he lets go, he'll says, "Well, I'm off." And
Doesn't say bye to Cather.
he gave Cather a hug.
They gave
Side pat.
some bro
I missed that.
pats.
Sorry.
And
They
then
kissed.
he'll just grasp his staff and gently press it into the ground, and in an instant he's gone.
Like home. There's no place like home. There is no place like home.
As he casts the teleport spell and disappears.
Very
Puts
nice.
his heels.
Plot exit.
So,
Wait, Aaron, did we just ruin all of your plans?
no, not at all.
Okay, that's good.
This was quite literally why I brought up going to the Valley of Kings to give him an excuse to leave.
Nice.
In other words, Aaron and I talked about this on Table Scraps last Thursday.
On Thursdays at 1:30 p.m.
Oh my
CST.
Oh wait, but there's still one missing piece. With the curse gone, does that mean that Baphomet is taken care of?
Oh,
No.
well, no.
Wasn't that the whole reason you wanted the rods?
Yeah. But that's not an option anymore.
It's
We're just gonna have to do
the
it by
curse-
hand.
The curse that Saradol helped remove was the curse that Lex put on Renaya, not one that Baphomet put on her.
Okay.
Edward's like, here's the 2 dots,
Steve,
and they're
they
not
don't-
quite
Okay.
connecting. They're like magnets. They push away from each other when he gets close.
No.
As far as Baphomet, I don't know what we're going to do yet, but
Yes.
Hey, well,
We've
that's
kind
not the
of.
option.
It seems that there isn't an obvious way forward when it comes to that. The way
Right.
the way I see it, however, it is clear that there are very powerful beings that we are to face on the horizon, and quite honestly, I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel prepared to fight any of them. And
well, then for now we'll focus on the anathema, as Avanthy was saying.
yes, and
I just
perhaps-
segued to you, Aaron.
Perhaps try to find ways of combating such opponents. Yes, Apathy, as you're raising your hand so politely.
Would anyone be interested in some new equipment?
Yes.
I mean, quality equipment is always useful, yes.
Okay, well, in order to make the really good stuff, it's going to take some time. And Edward, I'm going to need a lot of Andronite. Just a like a lot of Andronite.
I can talk to some people, pull some strings. I'll just get as much as we can, I suppose, without taking my company.
That would be fantastic.
Just Bellows, Audronite distribution company just goes under to
It's
fuel
actually-
Triple
well,
Witches.
no, what happens? What happens
Edward
is
doesn't even manage it anymore.
Breaking
He's
news,
just a
just
poster
in.
boy.
My favorite part
Owner-
about it is Edward has no clue who's in charge of that or how it's still running.
Charles gave it to somebody a while ago. Like,
Okay, no. It's not we are destroying the Audronite company. We are absorbing it.
Exactly. Triple Witch Magic Creations is absorbing LLC
Yes.
is absorbing Fellows
Charles will be my what's the guy's name in Batman that does
Alfred.
all this? No, the other
Fox.
guy in the company.
Lucius Fox.
Yeah, Lucius Fox. That's Charles is my Lucius.
He's your tech guy.
Well,
your
he's the guy
Apathy-
that gets me the stuff because
He's your Alfred
connected to
Andrew
the
Fox?
company. Yeah.
He's the person who Bruce Wayne can trust.
Yes,
with his
Lydia.
company.
In other words, I will get the alternate.
Okay, so what I need from all of you is a couple of things. I need you to tell me what you want. Like, you don't need to, not as specific, but if you have a specific, I'll see what I can do. But if you have, like, I want a really good sword, I'll have to talk to some people about that because I'm not
mean-
very good at metal, but I know a guy. But
Does it have to be magical? Are we thinking magical in nature or just high quality?
Oh, baby, I'm going deep in the magic. I'm going so far.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
I mean,
But I am ready. But not actually, I need a little bit of time. But I am mentally ready.
personally speaking, in regards to weaponry, I'm doing fine.
Armor, shield,
Um,
helmet,
but
boots,
armor
handkerchief.
would be amazing when it comes to myself.
Okay.
Don't know about the others.
Honestly, I'm pretty set.
And if you have oh yes, we could also search for instead of just crafting, we could also look for things. I probably have a couple of ideas, DM, as to like mysteries and hidden legends about stuff, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Fantastic. I've got a couple banked up that I was looking into before I started doing all this.
Actually, roll a history check for me.
I'm freestyling real hard right now.
I love the
Okay.
fact that we're like, yo, okay, we should get some stuff to make us stronger at killing planar beings. And then Trevor was like, hey, I can make you that stuff. And everyone's like, I'm okay.
Oh,
You
don't.
know?
I think you underestimate my capabilities. 28.
In this specific context, there is one story that comes to mind. It's a story that Glacia told you. Actually, in fact, I'm gonna send you a message.
I feel like I'm downloading the information to my mind right now, but there's also something that perhaps could be used as a plot hook to have something to do in this episode. Almost as if the DM has prepared it.
Well, I would sure like to have a higher AC, or maybe a further walking speed. That could be cool. Or maybe a resistance to a particular kind of damage. That would be really neat as well.
Just
I could
breaking the
potentially
fourth wall.
do multiple of those.
Here's the problem: is I already have all 3 attunement slots used up
Yeah,
with
that's
some
kind of
really
where I'm at.
solid
No.
magic items.
The goal is we can do better. Vestiges, artifacts. Get rid of the rare stuff. Legendary garbage, trash. Throw it out. Artifacts all the way.
Can I
That's
just get a
kind of
wish spell,
limited,
please?
you know? Like, first of all, I've got Ruod, who's...
Get rid of it. Gone.
I don't want to get rid of that. I feel like that has very big significance over the past 3 years.
Nonsense.
And then I've got my blade, but that has kind of like... I've kind of grown an attachment to that one.
Mhm.
And then I've got my amulet, which, of course, I want my amulet. It's from Malice.
I'm just saying, there's possibilities.
Hmm.
Plenty of things. And there's
And-
nothing saying that you couldn't keep
I mean,
things with you.
here's the deal too. Like with my armor and my shield, I'm pretty great as far as like not getting hit. I mean, as good as I probably can be. So
Could be better. There's
I
also
have-
the
I
chance that
have
I can
one of
make
the-
magical items that do something that doesn't require attunement as well.
I have one of the amulets of like against detection or whatever. I just have one of those on me, so I'm cool with upgrading.
Hold
from
on, I
there.
need to close my eyes and think real close to the story that could potentially be a plot hook. By the way, Renaya, at some point in time, I would love to have a conversation with you. It's no trouble though, so just any time that we have a chance.
Listen, babe, we need to talk.
When as
okay.
Abinthy is doing his mental search of stories and myths, Cather will momentarily kind of usher Renaya and Edward away from Abinthy just momentarily.
We just huddle, like,
Well,
and Abinthy's left
I mean,
alone.
not like a huddle, but like, sure, whatever. And he'll just say, so I know this is maybe a little strange. Are you sure that you guys want me with you on this?
Well, we are facing some of the most ancient, scariest, most powerful things. Supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, the more hands, the better.
Right.
Cather, I've seen what you're capable of. Whether or not you've had whether or not you think you're different after these 3 years won't change the fact that we can make a difference. I want you here.
Right.
I am also comforted by your presence, and I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you, Abinthy. Do you have something?
I
He's like-
do.
It's like standing outside the circle.
Before we do that, I do want to make an insight check on Cather. I
Oh,
want to see if I can
lovely.
get anything deeper on this
Please
insecurity.
Squeeze him for everything he
I-
has.
Can I do this?
Go for it. Do it.
It's a natural 20 plus 10,
Oh,
so a 30.
Okay, hold on.
She sees into your
No.
soul.
Where were you on the night of
I need
September?
I
of
need it.
September
I need
31st?
photographic evidence.
Okay. Oh god, I hit my mic.
If you'd like to roll a deception check, you're welcome to.
I mean, sure. Why not? That way we can all laugh together at
Tell me,
it.
tell
How about
me
that?
roll a 1. Please roll a 1. I'm using your reverse power on you.
It didn't work. I'm sorry.
Dang it!
But I mean, it's not
No
like
special power,
okay.
of course.
But my deception is not that good.
My proof has been sent.
You start with 30. I raise you 9.
Yeah, she knows everything. Drew, spill the beans.
Spill the beans.
All the beans? Like what beans?
Whatever beans
You
you think
brought it
that she
up.
could see visually.
You
Okay, sure,
full
sure,
discretion
sure.
over this.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Okay,
let
here's the
everybody
deal.
know. You can send her a specific
will-
video.
And here's the
and
deal,
Snapchat.
Drew.
I'll send a thing. Ooh, wow,
It's
really-
Renaya.
that's really
Renaya
nice.
knows
That's nice.
Cather.
That's a nice die.
I know. It's my Renaya
It's
deck.
so legible.
Also, Renaya, specifically, what are you looking for?
I'm wanting to see, first of all, like, I believe this is coming from an insecurity. I'm wanting to see kind of where this insecurity is lying, if it's in, like, something that's happened, if it's, well, obviously something that's happened. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm going. I want to
Great.
dig a little deeper into
Give
this.
me here, like just give me a minute. I'll respond in kind.
Well, in that time, I have come up with an old story, a legend lost to time that may interest you. So, are you aware that there are undeniable laws that prevent gods from attacking other gods?
I know they follow some sort of honor code. Is it different than that?
Oh, much more. It's actually magically forbidden. Now, I'm not 100% sure, and DM, you can correct me on this. That law may also apply to archdevils and demon princes, where they cannot attack other archdevils and other demon princes.
Like
the
direct
same-
physical
oh,
harm.
I thought they set their own rules.
Apparently not.
Hmm.
Magic is a funny thing. There is one exception to this. There is a weapon, and I know you love your daggers, Renaya, and I know that one's very special to you. It's pretty cool, though.
Okay.
The Dagger of First Death. There was the dagger used by Asmodeus to commit the first murder. Theoretically, that dagger has the capability to bypass that rule.
Okay.
So, I probably have, if I think real hard, a couple of hints, a few leads that I was looking into, that may assist us in attempting to acquire this weapon, which would, in the long run, probably be beneficial to us.
Agreed.
Thoughts?
I'm intrigued.
Are you implying that
I
our best?
I sent you
Hold
a
on.
message.
I'm
Aaron, catch me up on what you
digging
just said. I
into
heard something
Cather's
about
soul. I'll
Dagger
be
of
right
First
back.
Death that
What?
Asmodeus used to kill Oracle. That's what I gathered.
Yes.
That's what we're looking for?
Pretty much all you needed.
Oh, great.
This
yes.
is so chaotic.
Are you
Well,
implying?
we're gonna take a little pause before we keep role playing while other
Get
people
wet,
aren't
man.
here and everything like that. Like we said, check out BTR on Wednesday for
7
episode
p.m.
3. Like we said, those are going to be on every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. The 31st will be the season finale. That will be episode 6. That's going to be on Monday the 31st, on Halloween. We're going to be dressed up. We're really excited. We should be recording that this week, so we're super stoked to get that all done. We're going to be dressing up. Everything's really going to be really super
If
fun.
you're listening to this in the future, watch Between the Rows, season 3, all of them, honestly. Just watch all of them. But the season 3 is good, so.
Season 3 is very,
Between the
very
Rows,
good.
Sins of the Father, yeah.
As we mentioned earlier, we also have the Mist manuscripts that we're supporting. Aaron wrote one of the Dark Domains for that. And all the proceeds go to Jasper's Game Day, a great cause that helps out with a lot of different stuff. And so
They focus on suicide prevention and assisting families who have been affected by it. So
yeah,
it's
very,
a
very
super
important.
great cause. It means a lot to the person who headed it and everything. So super great cause.
Thank you,
Do
Wander.
stuff.
Armad, in chat, thank you.
Oh yes.
Beautiful.
And
Continue
shout
with
out,
the
you know,
story,
we don't
question
say
mark?
that enough. Shout out to our mods. You guys are doing incredible.
great
out
That's
there.
true. Wander and Maz, we love you guys. You guys are great.
Thank you. We appreciate
doing
Hashtag best mods.
Hashtag
All right,
best.
stalling. Have we stalled enough? Are we
Did
ready?
you caught up?
I'm caught up.
Okay,
Let's
Drew,
go.
Drew, you understand what Asma, the Dagger of First Death?
Yep, good.
Okay, so we're
Let's do
all
it.
on the same level.
Yep.
And
Pepper was trying
Brett,
to say
back into
something.
it.
So, are you implying that our best chance against the anathema, or maybe, what's his name?
Baphomet.
maybe Baphomet in Renaya's case, is that we find said legendary item.
Well, frankly, I don't know how much of an effect it would have against the anathema, but for Renaya's sake, against Baphomet, having a weapon that would actually allow her to participate may be advisable.
I like this plan. I want this plan. I want this item.
Do we have a solid idea as to where to even begin to search for that?
That's an excellent question, DM.
Uh-huh.
Do I have any leads?
You don't have any leads, but you do have 2 children of the owner of this dagger who might have leads.
Oh,
What are
shoot.
the leads?
We could
What do
totally
you-
talk to
what
our
do I find?
bays.
What?
Okay. Oh, shoot. I don't know if we ever told you because you weren't able to come with her. Well, no, you were. Did you know that I'm dating Glacia? Well, dating is a bit strong.
Who?
There's a
Oh.
lot of tension in the room.
I'm in
What's
a
going on?
relationship with Grotz's sister.
Grotz has a sister?
and she's scarier than
Let me
Grox.
tell you, you would either absolutely adore each other
Hey.
or hate each other. There's zero in between.
Okay, that seems to be a lot of people with me.
Maybe it's just a fiend thing, where they either really like you or they really don't.
They are beings of extremes.
Yes, but they are children of Asmodeus. They may have some idea as to where this dagger is.
Okay.
Are you saying we have to go back there?
I would love to
I know you would.
go back.
Gross.
And I'm sure that I don't know if we'd be able to check both places in a reasonable amount of time, gather information, because I know that most likely. Oh, but are you able to see Grotz? I know this is a sensitive subject.
Not in a traditional sense, but thanks to a little visit there, I have a way. It's limited though. I can only see him 3 times.
I know that your curse was just broken. How did it? What all happened?
She touched it, made it go away.
So Sarah showed up.
Oh yeah, she's very nice.
Neat. She's one of the ones that I don't mind too much.
I love how you're at the home of the gods and you're just casually.
Hey, I'm outside the
heresy.
border.
Okay, so
All right. So, do we want to maybe gather some stuff maybe here, resupply a little bit if we can, and then head out to try to talk to Grost or Glacia and try and see what they know, and then hopefully that actually leads us somewhere.
That sounds good to me.
I would love to do that. Do we want to be gathering stuff in Athol, or do we have things at the keep? Both?
I just need to stop by the keep is all. Now that I know that Athola's fine, I'm all yours.
Just for a hot second.
Oh, shopping episode?
No. Not a shopping episode.
Shopping 5 minutes.
I want to pick up one thing, and I'm leaving.
Holy water.
I have one thing I want to get too, and it's that freaking dagger.
But I want to get something.
I want a gun.
I don't know what it is, but
Edward!
I want it.
You have humanity.
I'm out of tea.
I
They're
just want.
also
I just want to go to is there a magic shop here in Athala? Or an alchemist here in Athala?
Like,
there is an alchemist. There's not a magic shop anymore.
Okay, I want to buy a potion of speed. If that's not possible, I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, you go to an alchemist. We'll just make it real simple. Let's see. Potion of speed. We're gonna go with 75 gold pieces.
it makes sense. It's a whole potion that makes you go fast.
I mean,
Potions can't be cheap. You know what I mean?
Drew
Especially
thinks
when
that's
you
really
want it
cheap.
That's
right
re- that's
now,
really
you know.
cheap.
It's on
Dude,
demand, you
I'm
know.
gonna buy like 5.
Same day
There's-
shipping costs.
There's 3 available.
Great, I buy all 3.
Great.
So that's
I still buy 5.
that's 225 gold.
You
That
also
was the
notice
fastest math you've ever done on the show.
that is the fastest math.
Crazy.
You also notice, Renaya, there is a temple to the Arcana domain here.
I'm gonna,
shimmers
Malice?
light.
I want to go.
For the first time?
You enter into the temple of the Arcana domain, and there you see. Let's see. Let me make sure I get all three. There's Venenatis, there's Amer,
Oh,
and then there's Malice. Okay, that's the three.
before Renaya turns back, does anybody want to come, like, say hi to Malice or something? I don't know if he's gonna show up or not. But if you wanted
Malice.
to, I was gonna give the option.
I would love to, but I should probably stay out of the home of the gods. Another time.
Okay. He stops
Well,
by randomly, so maybe another
Well,
time.
it's good to know that you're still speaking with Malice. I would very much like to see him, perhaps. I mean, I won't say anything. I'll just wave or something. He
Stand
seems to do
there.
that.
Menacingly.
Sure.
I just think it's polite.
I suppose I'd be fine with joining as well if Abintha, you're fine with being here.
I could go shopping again. I don't have a lot of money left.
I give Abintha 1,000 gold.
Whoa!
I
I
have
give him
made
20.
1/6 or 1/5 of my wealth.
You
Edward-
guys,
Consider
Edward
it my
hands him
payment for
20
saving me.
gold
Oh,
pieces.
thank you.
All right,
Don't
you
spend
two,
it all
let's
in one
go.
place.
you guys head into the temple of the Arcana domain. Inside, you see statues, and instead of these ones being made of gold, they're actually carved out of a white marble, but the veins are out of gold. Instead of it being the white marble with like the black veins going through it, it's gold veins going through it. You see the Prime Deity, Venenatis, one that a god that you're not particularly familiar with, but you have seen depiction of him rather recently as the giant statue that was in Wisteria Vale that was built on top of the plateau of the god with the flaming hair and the massive spear. That is Venenatis. He's the prime god of the Arcana domain. His title is the Weave Master. So you see him. His statue is about twice as large as the other two. Not out of more reverence, but quickly you realize out of an actual size comparison to the other gods. He's just a massive figure. To his left, you see a kind-looking woman by the name of Amer. Not a god that you know a lot about as well. She's very, very... she's known to be a very shy and timid god, much like Malice, and really only comes when things are really bad or things are really needed. And so you see her, she's dressed in kind of very simple, almost like baggy clothing. She has very baggy pants and a very baggy blouse. But the main thing is that around her waist, she has this scarlet sash with a bright gold star on it. And you can actually see throughout the temple, there are a number of these sashes that hang throughout it. And then to the right, I believe it was the right of Venenatis, yeah. You see our familiar face and depiction of Malice, his long, very spindly arms, almost Jack Skellington-like in dimensions, with the tall face that has no features to it, the crown of light that rings above his trunk-like head, and he's sitting in a cross-legged position with his hands resting over his knees, as he's very often depicted. I'm assuming you're going into his side of the temple.
No. Yes.
Great.
What if it
You
annoys?
guys, we go to Amer's. You guys go into his side of the temple, and it's extremely simple, but along the floor, you see that they have large marble slabs that go throughout the entirety of the floor. But once you enter into Malice's, his holy symbol makes up the floor, where there is a guided path that branches off, one into a extremely well-worn and beaten path, and the other leading into what looks like a path of these golden thorns and brambles that come up and out of the stonework. both of them leading to this golden brazen that is lit with these kind of purple-like flames. What would you guys like to do?
Well, you lead the way, Renaya. I'm just here to observe.
Well, which path you want to take?
You giving me the choice?
Hmm?
Cather, you're kind of the fate guy. I don't know. Does it matter?
I am the least qualified to talk about Malice's stuff. He's like the opposite of fate.
What if I pick the wrong one?
It's Malice.
I think you're overthinking this, Edward.
Yes, you're overthinking.
Malice is
Let's
still a
just-
bit of a curveball.
Let's just pick one. Which one do you
Okay.
want to go down?
Let's go left, I guess.
The
No, right.
bramble path?
Right. No. We'll take left. Yeah, let's go left. That feels
Which,
right.
which one do you think is the left one?
I don't know.
Do you take the well road? Do you take the less traveled or the more traveled path?
The more traveled means that is probably correct. So he takes the more traveled one.
Renaya lets Edward just walk down it by himself.
Oh my gosh.
You let him
I
walk
just
down it
blow
by
up.
himself, and then you don't even bother to follow a path. You just go down the center and just go right to the
Yeah,
first.
Renaya doesn't go on either path.
Hey.
You guys find yourself at that golden brazen with the arcane purple flames rising up from it. What would you guys like to do?
Are you guys cool if I just do my thing? Okay.
Am I supposed to do anything?
No.
You can play
just-
music or
just-
something.
I mean, if you want, I guess.
Cather
No,
just
no.
finds a little cubby and sits down.
Edward will go and sit next to Cather.
As you guys do, these little golden brambles and thorns just kind of grow up and creep around you. Not like they're like grabbing you and pulling you under or anything like that. It's just where you sit, this patch of brambles grows around
It
you.
doesn't hurt. It's just like chilling. Okay.
I mean, if you like, the thorns are sharp, but there's no
Yeah.
thorns that are like stabbing into you. They're just
That's
like
good.
there.
Okay.
It's a friendly branch.
It's a friendly
Renaya,
thorn bush.
Renaya will take out her holy symbol too, and she's just gonna kind of fiddle with it in her hand. Okay, so we got a bit of an update. First of all, we got a Cather. She's over there.
You see more brambles grow around Catherine.
Yeah. We got a Cather. Leshka. He left. He went to go do other things and help us out. Just a different spot now. And then I was cursed. Not anymore. Got rid of that. Thought that it was kind of like gonna be bad because then it was like my only lead into figuring out, my big situation. But Abinthy has an idea that could help fix the big situation. And it was Ceridol, was her name? And then Ceridol gave me this really cool marble thing that's going to let me see grots. It's a limited amount of time. I can only see him 3 times, but it's a start. That's pretty much the rundown of everything. Abinthy's going to do a lot of crazy magic stuff. Cather's in bad shape. Little worried about that guy. I'm going to do my best, though. Edward is still Edward. I mean, he's 3 years older Edward, but he's still Edward. So
Are you saying all this out loud or in your head?
she's saying it out loud. It's more whispered, but if you're trying to listen, you can hear.
Roll a perception check, Drew.
No, I'm distracted by the brambles.
Roll a perception check, Edward.
And to clarify, that was me rolling a 2 on die.
Great.
So, my passive perception is 16, though.
Sucks.
Grant, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I got a 6.
You're both kind of getting a little uncomfy as these like thorny plants are starting to just like rise up above you.
Should we move?
You're a little distracted.
Should we move, Cather? Are we being disrespectful?
I think... No. Don't move muscle. They smell fear.
Stop. Stop that.
But yeah, that's about all. I miss you, and I hope you're okay. And yeah.
At this moment, there is a you know, in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, when the goblet like shoots out the papers and they kind of like spark and flame, and then they kind of come down and you catch them. You have
Spoilers.
Sorry
It's
for
not a
a movie that
spoiler.
came out 10 years ago.
It's not even a spoiler part.
Out of the brazen, this spark of purple fire shoots out as this little hot coal falls down that glows this purple, and it kind of gently floats. You reach out and you catch it, and when you do, you get the equivalent of what would be like if you could leave messages with FaceTime. I don't know if that's something you can do, but you get kind of that, like a Snapchat video basically. You see Malice dressed slightly differently than most of the party would remember. Most of the time, Malice didn't wear anything really. But now you see he has a number of, he has kind of this, how would I describe it?
That's a good question.
Pants, maybe.
It's like a long loincloth type thing. So it's a sash that goes around the hips, and then it hangs in the front, it hangs in the back. And then he has these two sashes that go across his chest, that go up and over the shoulders as well, with these almost like leather shoulder pads that kind of come out to a small spike on the sides. It's not
Suspenders
very
and garter belt.
aesthetic, but it's clothing. It's an upgrade to what he usually has.
Sounds kind of cool.
So, he fell into the world of Mad Max.
Yes. He's officially graduated to Doof
There's a
Rider.
whole dimension.
Nice. The camera is kind of like panning around him, but you see that he responds. He holds up his hands. Well, actually, here I should say this beforehand. You see in the background that he seems to be in this workshop, but it looks like the workshop of like a seamstress or a designer, where there is this there's a center, like kind of, it's a massive square slab of marble with a divot, a circular divot, a hollow circular divot on the inside that houses a round ball that's constantly kind of swirling and floating. A ball of what you can imagine is pure arcana. Floating over that, you see this kind of almost holographic is kind of how I would describe it, vision of a flowing weave and tapestry that kind of flows ever from it. And coming from that, there are threads that come off of this tapestry or the weave that come up and connect to all these different kind of like spools or balls of arcana up and around all over the place. You see in the background Venenatis, who Malice is already huge. Like in his natural form, he's like 10 to 12 feet tall. Venenatis sits at probably about 18 feet tall. This massive hulking figure in the background as he's pulling different threads and interweaving them within that holographic weave, and pulling another one, and then taking out kind of what looks like a seam ripper, and ripping into it a little bit, and then stitching up different places. You are watching the literal maintenance of the weave in the background.
Nice.
Kind of cool, especially since Malice is there and he seems to be helping with it. For you, Renaya, you recognize the fact that this is a normal thing now, but for everybody else, this is an immense step up for Malice. That he has gone
so
from
we can see this happening.
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
upgrades, people,
'Cause
upgrades.
I literally pictured like a phone-sized, like.
No,
depiction.
it's the
This
the
is DJ
coal was
speaking to
small.
us, the audience.
I'm describing what Renaya sees. You guys don't see it.
Okay, good. That's all I was wondering.
But yes, for everybody else, Malice has greatly increased his influence. You do know that he's gained a few more followers than just you, and some of the other rarer ones. and he's beginning to really be more involved with the actual duties of his divinity, rather than his divinity just being a scapegoat for escaping Partum Obis, which is really, really cool, and you're very proud of him. So that's why he's been a little less active lately, is because he's busy doing his job now instead of just hanging out with him.
Ugh, he's employed. Gross.
I know. But you see, he gives a thumbs up. He creates one of those circles, and you see a vision of Saradol as well. And he goes, you knowing that Saradol and Adaria are the two that actually granted him his divinity to escape from Partum Obis. And so he's a big fan of them. He also then goes through and, through a series of gestures, tries to convey encouraging you to help out with Cather. Also, sadness that you're not able to see Grotz, but excitement about the fact that there are options to be able to remove some of the boundaries that you have with Baphomet and stuff like that. But yeah, overall, you get the gist that he's busy, but excited for you.
Malus says hi. Renaya starts walking back over to Edward and Cather.
Oh, you did get through to him.
And he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well.
Good.
That's good.
Not to alarm you,
Thanks, one of us.
but I have reason to believe that maybe Cather and I are offending the temple or Malice or something. I
Cather
feel like
just
these
stands
brambles
up.
at a moment's notice. Hey, be careful.
You're
The
okay,
brambles
Edward.
immediately recede into the ground as Cather stands
Oh.
up.
Oh, okay. So maybe it was just you then, and he just stands up. I'm glad it went well. Where's Malice been? I didn't even know you still talked with him.
Yeah, I mean, never stopped, but
That's good.
he's been promoted a little bit, maintaining the weave.
Wait, wasn't he like already a god?
Well, yeah, but
How can he be any further promoted?
There's like different levels to it, kind of. It's more like different responsibilities.
Okay.
You ever heard of a pyramid scheme? It's a multi-level marketing.
What, he has more followers, more responsibilities?
Some more followers, more responsibilities, gets to be more
Good for
involved
him.
in his domain, and
Okay.
it's pretty cool. All right, are we done? Do you guys?
I don't
need
have anything to
do?
say to Malice.
Okay, well then let's go.
Cather,
Yeah.
you have anybody to pray to or something?
Nope.
I don't know, guys.
And he
Wow.
walks out.
We are doing really good today.
Like we're
We're
on our
doing
A
really
game.
on top of this. So you guys leave the temple and reconnect with Abinthy.
The city is on fire.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
What
We
city?
find out that Apathy was Prosius the whole
I
time.
pull off my mask and I've been Baphomet.
Old man Jenkins.
Holy crap, that'd be a crazy plot twist.
I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you million kids and your dumb dog. The dog is
And
Malice.
Pockets comes out.
We were all going to go with different jokes there. I was going to say it was Edward. Yeah, that's right. That was an insult. But Abinthy has. How long did that take, roughly?
That amount of time. So I'm
Oh,
guessing
okay.
10 minutes.
So barely any. You literally see me in the distance, like with a roll of silk, and I'm like, I seem very excited about this cloth that I've bought.
It looks like Abinthy went shopping.
I throw it on my pack, hike up my ropes, and start sprinting up the hill.
Right, so back to Gambit's Keep and then to hell.
Oh right, I forgot that's what we were doing.
Oh, yes.
Oh god.
I found silk.
You
So
found
to Gambit's
silk.
Keep. Yes, yeah.
I'm actually quite proud of that. We've only recently been able to get silk imports.
Why do you
so
think I'm so excited? It's been terrible finding silk recently.
I'm excited too. High five.
Yes!
Ah,
Suck
silk.
bros.
Wow.
For the reestablishment of the city. Ho
Right, so back to the keep.
Edward does a jig.
Yes, I would love to go back to the keep. What time
Okay.
of day is it?
Mid-afternoon.
Mid-afternoon.
Time
Mid-afternoon.
of
Just
day.
look at the sun.
Do we want to do do we want to head over to our respective significant others today? Do we want to save it till tomorrow? Well, when would we like to do this?
We need to go to the keep to do that, right?
I mean,
Oh.
I could do it anywhere.
I guess I can kind of technically do it
It
anyway.
would probably be best to
You-
do it at the keep, though, since
Probably
it's
better to
a
do it at the
private
keep.
place.
I mean, yes, but
There's
do we
wards
want to
and
do it
sanctions
today,
and-
tomorrow?
This has to be easier, right? I vote we go to the keep. It's
I-
just an easy
Yes,
base
and-
of
and
operations.
doing it today seems the best, since
Okay,
again, we're
that's
on
the literal only question that I
We
have.
go to the keep today.
Great. You guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're
Hey.
making DJ yawn.
I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. I'm just actually really tired. I
feel
went
that.
climbing over the weekend and I didn't sleep very well, and then I worked all day today. That's not you guys. It's me.
Okay.
You guys head back to that kind of like administration's office on the 3rd level, the one that if you look down on the top view of the map, it looks like the Jeep logo. That's just a fun fact for me. But Jeep, feel free to sponsor my maps. I'll sneak one in everywhere.
What
We head back into the building, use the teleportation circle, and teleport back to Gambit's keep.
That was so easy.
I know, it's crazy. It's
Wow.
like you guys have a teleportation circle that links the two places.
Yo, we're
Crazy.
wild.
I
why?
didn't
Or, like,
even remember it.
The
I had
entirety of
one.
this restart up this campaign. Anyway,
Crazy.
now that you're back in Gambit's keep, what exactly would you like to do?
You said that you
Sauna.
all had
Just
some things that you wanted to gather while you were here, right? I probably have a few things to prep as well. And then, do we want to go to Glacia or Graz first?
Oh, the day is young. Oh,
Are we all? Do we feel necessary for all of us to go, or?
I think it's smart.
Don't know if I can bring you all with me. I don't really know how this thing works.
I might be able to bring us. Well, if you.
Okay, here's the deal. It's like I can't be anywhere else with Grutz. Like I have to be
How-
in this
How
little
do
pocket
you
dimension
get? How
thing.
do you get Grotzt into the pocket dimension?
I don't know. That didn't come with instructions.
Give me a moment. Let me
Because
check to see
if-
whether or not I have the identifier.
If
Can I-
Renaya has
Well,
to
we have
has,
the
to-
identifier.
has to do it by herself, then perhaps she does that, and we talk to, or Abinthy talks to Glacia while that's happening,
And
Um,
Edward and Catherine make out.
and
And we
If-
all go on separate dates.
if we want to do it together alone, I think all options are available depending on what you guys want to do.
I mean, I kind of want to meet Glacia, but if we want to save time, like
I mean, well, okay. First off, let's figure out how the little crystal ball works.
okay,
I know
Step
that you have the
one.
identify spell, but I can also just cast it. Either one of us can. Last offer, I'm gonna cast the identify spell.
Great.
I guess.
How does it work?
Oh, Abinthy.
Are you casting this as a ritual or just as a spell?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Perfect. You take this 10 minutes looking over the little glass orb. And let's see, how does it work? Let's make a
It's
decision.
a great
Just
question.
say, oh shoot! I didn't expect us to get
I
this
mean,
far.
it could operate as basically casting a gate spell into a demiplane, and with said gate spell, or specifically, is it gate or arcane gate? Which one's the more powerful one, Aaron? Which one's the ninth level one?
Well, arcane gate is 6th.
Okay, the ninth level one
Um,
is gate then, because with gate, technically speaking, you can speak the name of someone and they're just pulled through it.
Yeah, you
So
can
maybe
just
it just
suction
does
them
that.
to a place.
That's perfect. That's basically what I was gonna say. Yeah. You just suck Grotz into the demiplane and you're there.
Okay, how does it work as far as my end?
You feel with intention.
Is it going to be
Nice.
just me or do?
That part you don't know.
Oh no!
I'm down for an awkward role play while Gratz and Renaya are like all lovey-dovey. I mean, I guess that's fine. It's always funny. But I mean, you know, if Renaya needs to be with Gratz, and that's fine too. I mean,
They
Yes,
need some
I wouldn't
alone
want
time.
to. I wouldn't want to intrude on. It's been a long time since you've seen each other too. I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, it's been
Intrude
a
on
really long time.
Well,
Each time you do also know that each time you're in there, you have an hour.
Okay.
and you have 1 hour. Well, I mean, in that case, we could just spend an hour here. You can talk with
Yeah.
Grost, and then we can all go see
Yeah.
Glossy if that's a thing that we would like to do. If you want to meet Glossy.
That's such a good idea for the story. Do you want to be with Do you want to go with? Do you
I
want
want
to
to
be with
go see
Glossia?
Glacia. I
Yeah.
do
Okay.
want
Let's
to
do that. Let's do that. That's a good idea.
But okay, so this first, and then Glacia, and then
Oh boy. I
Yes.
just now
Also,
realized...
DM, does it tell us if the demiplane operates on a different series of time than our world?
It does not.
Oh, great. Okay, so it's an hour to hour, 1 to 1. Good to go.
That'd be
God,
awkward.
I really hope Catherine and Glossia get along.
Oh, don't you worry. You're basically Leshka.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh yes, Kathy, you haven't seen Glossy yet. My
Oh my
friend
gosh,
got
you're
along
bringing
fine with
two
her.
new
I'm sure
people.
that she'll be fine with you.
Yeah, she
Um,
liked me.
there's a
Oh.
lot happening today. I'm kind of freaking out a little bit.
Oh well, it's fine.
Just bring him a gift or something. Bring some
Meeting the
flowers.
family for the first time. What an important step in the relationship.
I'll
So
play
how
some
about-
music into the orb.
Yes, how about we go gather our stuff? You can have your hour with Grost. Make good use of it. That's not a threat. That came off
Ew.
very oppressive.
I was going to make good use of the time. I only have an hour, and I get this 3 times. I was going.
Yeah,
to
it was just kind of like a little wink, like that was meant to be more comedic than anything else.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I don't know. We can hang out. Cather, I would love to get to know you some. Edward, we
Cather,
can go
come
hit
over
the
here.
steam
We're gonna
room. Who knows?
snuggle.
Please don't touch me.
But yes,
I'm ready to get this over with.
you do your thing. We'll do our thing. It'll be great.
We've been vamping for 10 minutes.
This entire episode has been vamping. What are you talking about?
I'm trying so
We're
hard.
still in the exposition.
Go do the thing then.
Oh, you guys gonna like go away? Go away! I'm going, and I'm gonna just go to my room, and then, oh no! Okay, we're doing this. Oh my god, it's been so long. Okay, Renae's
Things are about to get intimate. Woo!
Okay,
Ew.
Renae's doing the thing. Renae's what I don't remember what the intention
pull up-
set. Doing
you
it.
pull up-
Finally, the reason people are in the episode to watch
The only
it.
reason people watch this show. We're getting to it.
Everyone put your Grotz emojis in chat.
You pull out the small marble. You look at it, and you see this beautiful wildflower meadow. You can see that there is a blanket laid out. There's a small table with different classic assortments of items for a picnic. You can see that there's wine, there's cheese and crackers, there's a whole charcuterie board, there's chocolate-covered strawberries, whole 9 yards. It's very romantic, very cliche. You set the intention of going there, not just with yourself, but with Grotz as well. You close your eyes, and now you can feel the gentle breeze. The smell of the outdoors surrounding you. You smell the pollen. You smell the grass. You can smell the cheese a little ways away.
And cologne.
You open your eyes, and for a moment, you have to let them adjust as the sunlight hits. And it's a perfect day. We're talking 70 and sunny. You find yourself in this beautiful sundress with it's a white sundress with these little flowers that actually physically grow off of the dress itself ever so slightly. You have all these different assortments of lilies and daisies and lilacs and let's see, what's the word? Anyway, never mind. There's a flower that I specifically really like that I was going to try and say, but I can't remember what it's called. Across the way, you're standing probably about 30 feet from the picnic. 30 feet on the other side from the picnic, you see a tall figure, dark-skinned, ring of a ring of horns around his head with a mop of black hair, wearing black pants and a black button-up, very traditional to what he normally wears. turn around towards you and kind of cock his head before just giving a gentle
She gives a little wave. After a minute, she just books it. She books it over to him.
You start running, and as you start to approach him, he does take a couple steps back, almost concerned. But you very quickly catch up. You run up, and he immediately opens his arms and catches you, spinning you around before setting you down, and immediately passionately kissing you. After a little while of that, he backs off. Is this all right? Is this okay? I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't get me wrong, this is amazing and everything I want, but
right. No, this should be okay.
Where are we? How is this possible?
It's a weird pocket dimension thing. Saradol gave it to me.
Saradol.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's
you know what? It is a gift. I will not question it.
It's a limited one. I only have an hour in here, and I can only use this 2 more times after this one.
Okay. And Baphomet cannot see you or hear or knows that you're here.
No.
Hi.
Hi.
I love you.
I love you. This is really strange.
He just picks you up and takes you over to the picnic before gently setting you down and grabbing a couple glasses, popping the cork on the wine and pouring the wine. So, we only have an hour, and as much as I would love to spend very quality time with you, I'm sure there are many things you want to talk about. And he hands you the glass of wine.
Oh, there's so many things. I don't even know where to begin. Oh gosh. Okay, what do you know about? What do you know?
Nothing. I know absolutely nothing. Aside from the fact that somehow Baphomet got a hold of you, and now we can't be together. At least not to his knowledge.
Do you know why?
You know he took you.
Do you
know that
know
he
what?
made you Queen of the Chains.
Right.
So I'm guessing you're under his control then.
Yeah.
Well, that settles it. I'm gonna have to kill him.
No. I'm gonna have to do that. And I'm working on it. I've got a lead.
A lead? What's your lead?
Right, that's what I'm in here to do. Okay, so there's this dagger. The you know about it, I think. You have to. It was
Dagger of First Deaths.
First Death, that one?
The Dagger of First Death.
Yes.
My father's dagger.
Yes.
What do you want with that?
I need it.
Okay. To kill Baphomet.
Yes.
I see.
You don't sound as enthusiastic as I am.
I'm thrilled at the thought of killing him and the fact that you're searching for options. I'm not thrilled that that is your option.
Well, any option was going to be a bad option, but this one is an obtainable option, right?
Obtainable is probably not a great word for it.
Okay, what's a good word for it?
Maybe impossible.
I don't like that one.
I don't know a whole lot about it. It's well before my time. But, I mean, I'm sure you've done a little bit of history on it if you know about it, but it's the dagger that Asmodeus used to kill Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
It's believed that it can override divine vows that prevent certain planar beings from killing others, especially in the space of the gods. They are bound by divine laws that prevent them from killing one another, and there's like 10 or 12 divine rules, all this type of stuff, but the main one is prevention of death. It's the whole reason why there's the oath that they have to take to pass on divinity. So most of the time, that dagger is thought of as something that's going to be powerful for divine beings, but its power does trickle down to other planar beings as well. And while the idea that I couldn't kill Baphomet because I am also a demon prince is false, I can, that weapon expedites the process quite a bit. My powers against Baphomet are significantly lower. Baphomet is the king of the demon princes and is the strongest demon prince, and so when it comes to us engaging in conflict, there's a scale to it in which that I can affect, and it makes it much more difficult for me to actually do anything to him. But that dagger would even the playing field quite a bit, especially for you, my chained queen. And he kind of plays with your chin a little bit. If you were to use this dagger against him, especially if he didn't know that you had it, you could strike a killing blow.
I like that plan. That's a good plan.
The only problem is my father has it.
Okay.
You know that means you'll have to travel through the 9 layers of hell, right?
Oh yeah, I'm about to meet your sister.
Wait, you're about to meet Vasya.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
Why not?
Because she will eat you alive and spit you out.
What does that mean?
My sister is the eldest child of my father, and as much as she hates it, is just like him.
I'm kind of excited.
I'm not excited.
Apparently she has a thing
Plus,
with
you two
Abinthy.
together would cause all sorts of mayhem. My goodness, you guys would be a force of chaos.
What's wrong with chaos? But anyway, Abinthy's a new addition. He's been tagging along with us. Pretty cool. Very similar to me. It's strange, but
I've met him.
right, you did. Yes, but him and Glacia have a thing, so that's why we're going.
Oh, God have mercy on his soul.
It's a little late for that one, buddy.
But yeah, so we're gonna go, and then like, what do you think? Like, any tips, pointers?
For meeting
things like-
Glacia?
And then going and getting the dagger and all that.
My tips for getting the dagger are to get Glacia to do it. Or send one of your friends. Don't go meet Asmodeus. If you do go after this dagger, don't talk to anyone, don't engage with anyone, don't let anybody know that you're there. There's a song, it's like, if you're going through hell, keep on going, don't turn back. If you're scared, don't show it. You might get out before the devil even knows you're there. Do that. Okay? Get out before he knows you're there. Take the dagger and run.
Okay.
Because if you meet him, if he figures out who you are, Baphomet is cruel and evil, but my father is the source of all of this. He is not going to be kind to you. He is not going to show you any mercy. He will take you and he will torture you and he will hurt you to hurt me because I have shunned him. Because I am his biggest embarrassment and you are my greatest joy. So don't meet him. That would just be really bad. Don't do
Okay, I won't meet him.
Tips for meeting my sister: treat her like she's a freaking queen, like she has rule over your life, and that
She
everything
is,
around
bro.
you is simply a gift and her blessing.
Because she
Okay.
is a queen.
That's right.
Noted.
And if you don't do that, she will take that as disrespect and will not cast a kind gaze on you. But if you can be
Understood.
respectful, maybe even a bit how do I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? Complimenting to her.
Okay.
You can suck up a little bit. That will go a long way. Flattery will go a long way with her.
Okay.
She's very vain.
Got it.
Not just physically either, but power-wise as well.
Okay.
And try to make yourself as small and as unimportant as possible.
Can
The
do.
less that she... Beautiful. Anything else you want to know about her?
Not really her.
Anything else you want to talk about?
How have you been?
I've been better, but I'm much better now.
I'm sorry I kept sneaking pockets in.
I'm glad you did.
You didn't do anything wrong.
I know that now. And he will take your glass from your hand, set it on the table before rolling onto you and passionately kissing you. And that's when the screen fades to black as
Way to keep it PG-13. Way to keep it PG-13.
Oh gosh.
your hour goes by.
It's not
and-
enough time.
Bro, he's proficient, we'll put it that way.
Gosh darn it.
Why did you guys always we closed
Okay,
the curtain?
to be fair,
Because I'm a
it's
bad
the
We fade into
Demon
black.
Prince of
We did
Pleasure.
it. That's where it ends. When it fades to black, that's it. Then you
I
move on to
think
the
you
next
forget.
scene.
Don't
I'm-
encourage them, Drew.
I am a villain.
you gotta put a little
I
bit of
saw
emphasis.
you.
Grant,
You guys-
I will end this stream. I will do this.
After your hour ends, you open your eyes and you find yourself back laying in your room in the same position that you were laying across the blanket, just laying across your bed now. Eyes open back into your traditional garb. You see Pockets gently snoring at the foot of your bed. And yeah,
Out
gonna-
playing catch with Catherine in the front yard.
She's gonna
Edward's
scoop
cheering
up
them on.
pockets and gonna head out to them.
you head out to the rest of the group. You guys,
what a catch!
about an hour later, you
not
see Renaya
Cather's
emerge
not
from her room into the courtyard, and she is glowing, beaming with excitement, and like almost like literally glowing. It's awesome. Skin.
She's like
Her-
Catherine when he came back from the dead.
Ah, good
Revitalized.
callback.
No?
Oh, so it
First
went well
layer of
then.
skin removed straight up. Primo.
Not sure what you're.
What
trying
do you
to
guys
say.
do now that she has returned?
Renaya, you're glowing. So it went well then? Give us the details, or not all of them.
Okay, so when we go to the house, we need to go in, go out.
No, that's not what I
interact.
mean. I mean with
Nobody goes-
Grotz.
What?
You just talked to Grotz for an hour. You haven't.
Yes,
you,
I-
You had the whole thing with Baphomet, and now you got to see him. How'd it go?
Hold on. Are you actually like asking me how my relationship is?
You should have seen him. He was a mess. I've never seen Grotz like that before.
He went full fat.
You have
Thor.
never expressed any interest in that part of my life ever before.
Okay, that's not true.
That
I've
is
expressed
very true.
concern.
Yeah.
I'm concerned. I mean, he is a demon prince. But I mean, you look awfully happy. I haven't seen you smile since I've met you. I mean, since the break, I suppose. I'm just happy you're smiling, and I just want to know why.
Well, thank you, Edward. It was good. It was very nice to see him again.
Good.
Did he give you any information regarding the Dagger First Death?
Well, that's what I was starting to talk about, but then I thought there was interest in my relationship, and now we're back to this. Okay, yes. So, basically, the word he used for it was impossible. If we do go after it, though, we need to keep our heads low, don't interact with anything, get in, get out. That's it.
Get in and get out of where? I know that you said the 9 hells. Did he mention a location? A person?
Well, Asmodeus, his dad.
Oh, he still has it? He couldn't have just, like, dropped it when he got sent to the hells and it's just conveniently just, like, somewhere else?
Well, if anybody else had it, it'd be a problem, wouldn't it?
What if it was just some kindly old lady who had it and we could just rob her?
I don't think there's a lot of kindly old ladies in the 9 hells.
You would be surprised.
Okay.
But actually, this is potentially not a bad thing, because if there's one thing that Glacia loves more than anything else, it is screwing over her dad.
But that was one thing he suggested, was having Glacia go get it.
Ooh, that might be a bit difficult because she is. Her restraints have been strengthened recently, from what I know.
She's been a bad girl.
Most likely, her capability of leaving even her cell, is rather limited.
Well, maybe she can help us.
That is possible. I mean, do we have anything else that we need to do here? I can bring us there. I have plenty of leftover letters.
I'm gonna change real quick, and then we can
Right.
go.
You got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go put on, like, get the rest of my equipment and gear and stuff, because this sounds like something that's gonna be very dangerous very quickly.
Oh, yes. By the way, actually, this goes for both you and Cather, Renaya. Glacia enjoys priests. They are kind of like a shiny trinket,
Okay.
and she will try to do anything that she can to make you upset. They are barbs. Do not fall for them.
Cather just kind of looks to Renaya and then looks back to Abinthy. I think Renaya and I are anything but shiny trinkets.
She thought that Leshka was a shiny trinket because he was a challenge. If that
This
gives
is
you
true.
Okay.
any view of it.
So should I look clericy? Should I not look clericy?
Oh, it doesn't matter. She'll figure it out.
Okay. well,
I'm just saying, whatever she says, know that most likely while I'm there, she won't cause any harm to you.
all right.
Should we not mention Grotz? How's that?
Well, I mean, she knows.
Wait, she knows? She knows
I
about
don't
you
know.
too?
I told her.
He looks at
informed her
Renaya.
of all
Okay,
this stuff.
I'm gonna go change. I'll be right back. You figure
Yeah, you
it out.
change. You deal. I'm just warning you. I just want to give you a heads up.
Abinthy, would it be better if I just didn't go?
No.
Catherine, you're coming with us.
Yeah, you should definitely come.
She'll like you.
Okay.
We just got
I
you.
think.
That's exactly why. I'm warning you that she will like you.
Cather just goes to his room to get the rest of his equipment.
Cather's like, okay, guys.
I think she felt indifferent about me, which was maybe the best possible thing.
You are lucky.
I was gonna say, Cather would wish that she was indifferent about him.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if you wouldn't hit the gym so gosh darn much.
Yes, I wouldn't say that she is weak
Look.
to muscles, but they certainly are nice.
It's not Cather's fault that he's the head priest of the Church of Iron.
Making
Yeah.
a traps joke without
No.
mentioning the traps.
That's been so long since we had that joke. Okay, but Renaya goes and she changes, and what she actually changes into is what she normally wears is like she always kind of has a bit of regality to her as of late since we started. when she's going to change into is basically she's going back to like early level dressed Renaya, where it's very
Ah.
simple, very plain.
Back when we were poor.
Not that she's like trying to be poor, but she doesn't want to like
To be a threat.
not be a threat, but she wants to put the attention to Glossia. And especially since she's on the more demon end of the fiend, she's trying to
yeah.
not be as
Yeah, this is
loud
gonna
about
be
being a
real
demon
awkward
prince.
since Cather's a celestial.
Yeah, so
Um,
a fiend and a celestial walk into Glossy's bed.
That's the start of a bad joke right there.
But yeah, Cather, on the other hand, so he'll put on like his full suit of armor. He'll have his long sword on his hip, and then his Vison's greatsword on his back. Along with, he'll also grab his short sword, and then kind of just throw his bag of holding with the rest of his stuff just on his back.
The guard on his hip.
With the big iron on his hip.
Yeah.
So you guys have everything that you need?
I'm prepped and ready to go.
hope
Edward is
so.
in his normal stuff.
It's great.
Beautiful. Snack.
Cather does stand next to Renaya and behind Abinthy.
Yes,
Edward stands next to Abinthy, adjacent to Cather.
Renaya stands on the ceiling.
With you guys preparing to return to hell to meet with Glossia, we're actually going to go ahead and take our break real quick.
Nice.
No, it's just a hair early, but we'll take our break. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere because we still got a lot of prepping and planning to do and a lot of roleplay to get through. Things are getting great. We love the
Things are
roleplay.
getting
We get to meet a
great.
demon prince once again. We love them. Or sorry, an
Princess.
Archdevil.
Oh, even
yeah,
better.
even
And
better.
then
But don't go there.
Asmodeus later today.
No.
No.
Just 1, 2, 3, done.
Boom. You know,
Boom.
meet the whole
There's an
family.
episode.
And then we'll
We did
kill
it.
Baphomet in the last 15 minutes.
Oh my
no
gosh.
Life will be
problem.
good.
Renaya arc
Great.
complete.
Done.
Finished. One episode. Perfect. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The guard on his
So we are back. You guys were just getting ready to make your way to the 6th layer of hell, to Malbog, to meet Glacia. For a couple of you guys and hang out for the other of you. Right?
I think we're all going to meet Glacia, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah, we're all going.
You guys all huddle around Abinthy. Renaya, somehow you're on the ceiling. We don't know how. Aaron, you pull out.
To say the thing.
Yeah.
Great. I pull out a letter of my stack of letters. I'm like, I better burn through these. And I will say, I will whisper to the letter, I love you as the branch loves the wind. I love you more than hidden things, than mysteries and secrets never told. And then that sound of DJ biting into an apple happens. that juicy crunch. And then we teleport.
You say your poem, and all 4 of you suddenly find yourself whirling through space and time as your stomach drops and your senses.
Whoa!
Exactly. You guys go through a roller coaster of sensation before you find yourselves once again outside of the prison that Glacia resides over. You guys see the ever erupting mountain that is always exploding and causing lava and volcanoes and ash and boulders to crumple beneath it, and then slowly it's always constantly rising back up as it's just this cycle of constant destruction surrounding this prison.
I don't think we're in Oclaron anymore.
Edward, you've been here before. I forgot to mention it's a little bit of a walk. Let's step to it, shall we?
You guys,
I
did
should
you
have
make your
worn
way-
my chacos. I'm sorry.
I love my chacos.
Continue. Edward doesn't have chacos.
He's a Birkenstocks guy, dude.
Edward flips his Crocs into sport mode.
You guys make your way up through, winding through the boulder field and the lava before you find yourself at the beginning or the entrance to this prison. I can't remember. Did you guys just go into the prison and you immediately were there, or did someone lead you? I can't remember.
I know the way.
Yes, that's what it was. You enter into the prison and begin making your way up towards Glacia's suite. You do arrive on the floor. The prison itself is extremely bland. It's made of the black basalt stone, very smooth, with wrought iron bars everywhere. As you pass through it, Abinthy is very specific to lead you on a path that takes you away from most of the extremely notorious criminals, the ones that would like rip your soul out through the bars of the prison. Those aren't fun people to be around. But he does lead you on a safe path, eventually arriving at the top of the prison, which the entire top floor is Glacia's suite, which is a little different. There's a runner all across the hall that gives the whole hallway a little bit of life, before there's the doors where you guys have stayed in guest bedrooms, and then at the end of the hall is the door to her main suite.
Fantastic. First of all, I set my bag down. I hang it on a hook. My 400-pound tailor pack.
Yeah.
I just set that on a hook. I brush myself off. How do I look? Great.
You look great. Yeah, good. Mm-hmm. How do I look?
Like
You look
Edward.
like
Got me
Edward.
self-conscious. Okay, so I look good then.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Also, canonically speaking, Catherine
mentality.
did somewhere find a granola bar that he's just munching on.
Oh, they have that's the one amenity here is kind of stale granola bars.
That's funny.
This really is hell.
There's not even any milk to wash it down with.
Milk.
I will go to the end of the hallway. I will knock on the door and say, dear, I brought guests.
She opens the door, and this time she is slightly more covered as she's wearing a silk robe instead of her traditional, very risque outfits that she would wear. But yeah, she's in a silk robe. You do see her wings are tucked in nicely behind her. And as she's opening the door, she's shrinking down to a size more appropriate to be on slightly equal eyes. She shrinks down to be about 7 foot instead of like 9 feet, 9 foot tall. So she still can exert her power over you in a physical sense. But yeah, you guys open the door. Renaya, you see before you and Cather, the most beautiful woman you have ever seen in your entire life, while also the most intimidating and scary looking woman you've ever seen in your entire life. The way that she opens the door and she looks at Abinthy with love and kindness, and then her eyes flick past to the three of you. And Edward, she kind of is like, okay, I recognize him. But the other two of you, she immediately squints and does a total once-over of you guys, examining every facet of your body, your mind, and your soul. As she calculates, you can very quickly tell that she's calculating how much of a threat you are to a number of different extents, to Abinthy, to her plans, if she needs to just kill you outright, if you're worthy of her time, if she even cares about you at all. All these different things are calculations that are going on in her head. It's scary, is really what it is, as she basically, in a mathematical sense, calculates if your life is worth her time.
It's like meeting an in-law for the first time.
Abinthy, yes. Introductions, I suppose, are in order. Let's just get those out of the way right off. I may
Pulls
have,
out an apple.
I may have mentioned. God, that's odd.
Hold it together, Abinthy.
I'm sweating. But
Aaron and I should not be allowed to play couples.
I hated that so much.
The last time we were here, we were looking for a way to get our friend Cather out of Sigil.
Yes, I do remember. Yes.
This is Cather Ebenthar. Yes.
She now looks over you with slightly more interested eyes. And you can tell that she has she kind of like gives a little cock to her head. And go ahead and roll a deception check for me.
Why?
Because she's doing an actual insight check on you.
Okay.
She's looking into your very soul. It's a grand old time.
She can smell fear, Cather. She can smell it.
Oh, Cather's not afraid.
It's like perfume.
Cather's immune to being afraid.
Oh, fantastic.
That's
Nice.
good. She likes that.
Okay,
too
deception.
Deception.
A dirty 20.
Ooh. She kind of cocks her head.
Yeah, like Cather's face is mostly emotionless.
Interesting.
He
And
does.
as broken as... Well, I'll let him explain that. As you were saying, my love?
Yes. I lean back towards Cather and I just go, don't worry about it. She does it sometimes. And then on my other side, this, I believe I also mentioned, this is Renaya Vey, or I cannot do something else. Yes, this is the one that is currently dating your brother.
I'm so excited to meet you. And she comes over and she grabs your hand with both of hers. Tell me, what made you want to date the prick of a brother that I have?
I kind of didn't expect it, honestly.
He does have that effect, I have noticed. He just kind of like sweeps women off their feet and does what he wants. Anyway, as you were saying, my love.
Yes, well, of course, I'm here because I want to see you. But sadly, we do also have some business. On the bright
and
side,
I'm Edward and Fellows. We've met before.
I
Yes,
don't
yes.
feel the need to introduce you again.
I felt left out.
Yes, this is Edward and Fellows, my previous
worth
and
noting.
kind of current employer.
Oh, well, employer. Give him a raise. He needs one.
I'm
Yes,
not getting
ma'am,
paid.
Of course. Right away. Edward just drops some gold into his hand.
Like, ooh, nice. Put that in my bag. But yes, on the bright side, this business is something that may interest you. Mainly due to the fact that it has to deal with stealing from your dad.
I love stealing from my dad. You have my absolute support. How can I help?
Well, currently, we are in the business of ending a certain Baphomet.
Fascinating. Go on.
In order to do so, we have gained a tad bit of information from your family, Grost, that Asmodeus is in possession of a certain Dagger of First Death.
That would be wrong.
Well, fantastic. Are you in possession of the Dagger of First Death? That would be incredible.
Please.
I would love to be in possession of it, but
Dang
no.
it.
It was stolen. Probably 4 years ago.
By
Oh, crap. That's unfortunate.
By,
No.
It's the
way.
dagger that
No.
Brazius had.
No.
Wait, Prazius had a dagger?
No. Prazis does not have the
I
dagger.
thought he had a dagger.
It did, but that's not the... No.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Oh.
Good.
This is
not
Glacia saying all this. This isn't me. This is
4 years
Glacia.
ago.
Well, that was Drew speaking, not
By
Catherine.
a
So.
certain Melora. Huh?
No.
By a squirrel named Ginger. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
It is believed to be in the possession of Bell.
Of
Who?
Bell.
What?
Bell. B-E-L.
Bell?
It's
How
not
would you spell
shocking
that,
that-
dear.
B-E-L.
Oh,
It's
well, that's
And that you would know his name. He's all but forgotten. He was the original ruler of the first planet of Avarice. Zariel replaced him.
Oh,
How did he get it?
Bell?
He seeks to usurp my father.
Interesting.
After 4 years, he hasn't done anything.
4 years of material plane time is it can vary differently for different things, but we devils play the long game. Just because he has the weapon does not mean that he can strike a killing blow. Asmodeus is the source of all power on this plane. Trying to usurp that is like trying to...
drink the ocean.
Yes, exactly. Very well. Good, very good, my love.
I know. Well, you do like me because of my silver tongue.
It's almost an impossible feat, and hence why Asmodeus has spent very little time carrying the fact that Bell has the dagger. But nonetheless, it is not with my father, and the location of Bell is unknown, at least as far as I'm aware.
That's unfortunate.
But
Well,
I'm sure he's somewhere within the hills.
And you don't have any guesses, any leads?
Roll a persuasion check.
I'll
I'll give you advantage because you're her boo.
I'm not great at charisma. It's not my greatest skill. Wait, persuasion?
Yeah.
I'm somehow proficient in that. Thank goodness. Okay.
While you're figuring that out,
19.
I mean, okay.
I'm
Well,
just that fast.
Nice. I'm used to Drew, who's going to spend like 60 minutes, figuring out
I
how
only have
much
a
damage it-
+5. It's not that hard.
I only do that with the Divine Smite where I'm rolling like 50 dice.
I know. It's fair. You said 19?
19.
Zarya would probably be the best source on information.
Ugh.
I know, she's very fiery. It'd be difficult getting her to assist. You'd have to come up with some sort of lie to convince her that it's for her own benefit.
What was the name of this person, DM?
Zariel.
And Bell.
Z-A-R-E-I-E-L. Zariel?
Yes. Zariel. Lord of the
The
First Layer,
Ariel.
right?
Lord of Avarice, yeah. She's the
Avernus.
angel that went down to hell to help with the blood war, and then Asmodeus made her a demon prince.
Or Archdevil.
Archdevil. My goodness, I know my lore. I swear.
Renaya has the demons. I've got the devils.
Yes.
I mean, I can come up with a couple right away. Do you have a way for us to get in contact with her, and then we can just do the talking?
It would be interesting. I don't think you'd want to go to Avarice, as that is a plane of war and turmoil and strife.
Yes, I would prefer to stay away from the blood war if possible.
But getting her to leave Avarice is almost as difficult as surviving there.
Are you saying Avarice or Avernus? Very close, very similar. One of them is a place, a city that I don't like, and the other one is a place I don't like.
I should be saying Avernus. I have been saying Avarice, but you have caught me in my mistake, and I appreciate you correcting me.
I tried to do it very gently.
Yes. Avernus. Getting her to leave Avernus is almost as difficult as surviving it. But if she was, per se, called for a meeting, she might be willing to leave. And you can tell that she's like running through calculations in her head as she's trying to figure out ways for this to happen. It would have to be something important, something monumental to the blood war. An advantage that the demons have, or a weapon that devils could have to change the course of it.
I mean, the best lies are ones that are mixed in with truth. We could simply say that we are attempting to find Bel for the purpose of eventually killing Baphomet, which would give an advantage to the devils in the blood war.
That is true.
And getting rid of one of the potential threats to Zario's position in Bel would also be advantageous, or at least taking away a weapon from him.
That's true. Zario is far more loyal to my father than I am.
Thank goodness.
I also think that there is potential that her, and she nods towards Renaya, could be a good mention as well.
Ah, yes, with the whole thing that you have going on, the whole prophecy.
You are the Halak, correct?
Supposedly.
Supposedly. You must own it. That is the most important piece of news that demons have had in millennia. Do not shy away from this. You are a queen. Act like one.
God, I love her. But like respectfully.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Okay.
Abinthy is the best ally. I love him.
Look, Abinthy supports women. And that is the one truth that I have about this character.
It's a shame Aaron doesn't.
Yes, clearly. Shut me down. Canceled on the live stream.
Wow.
Cancel Aaron. Let's get it going.
This is my last episode on the Paper Done, guys. Sorry about it.
Oh, and we just got an Abinthy fan in chat
Oh,
too. Too
oh,
bad. Magic
sorry
just
to
said Abinthy's
disappoint.
great. Sorry to ruin
If I
it.
remember correctly, I think this is the first time that they were able to catch a stream. They've been checking out
I
the
think they were here
TikToks.
before once, but
Oh,
This is like the second time or something.
second
Very
time. I
nice.
think.
that would be very interesting as well, and could be a good ace up your sleeve. If
But is it really something to mention?
Right.
Was-
I mean,
sorry.
if
Her
the
being a
Halak is supposed to
devil,
be an ace
you-
for the demons, wouldn't she just want to kill her on sight?
perhaps, or she'd want to turn you to a weapon for herself.
Ugh.
We're kind of against the whole her being a weapon for anyone thing.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. It is fine.
I mean,
I've
it
done
is like
before.
an ace in the whole thing. We might, who knows, it may just not come up if we just roll really well on our deception and persuasion checks. With our
I am a
incredible lying
bard.
capabilities. Yes, we'll just have Edward do the talking.
This is all Edward has ever wanted in his entire life.
Sorry, I've swallowed some spit.
I I lean over to Abinthy. Are we sure we want Edward? Edward's not great on improv. He's very
Look
I can
at
persuasive,
him.
hear
but
you.
he's not
I can
great on
hear
improv.
you.
Is a modern day specimen.
I have been
of,
trained in the arts of
proper
speech.
diplomacy.
Buglacia, what would be a good route to take with the Halak thing, if we need to do that?
You could do it in a few different ways, I would imagine. You could be very honest, talking about how you have been placed under the control of Baphomet and you wish to be released from that, and you thought that the devils could be a good option for that, as they know fiendish magic and fiendish prophecies, but are very much against demon activity. So you could play into that card, that you're looking for assistance in removing yourself as the Halak in Baphomet's game. You could also threaten that as the Halak, you seek information, and if you do not get it, that you will end the Blood War now with the destruction of Avernus and destroying everything that devils will do.
Stay away from that one.
Threats
Zariel
haven't
does
worked
not
very
use
well
that.
for me in the
Yes,
past.
it's not good.
Yeah, I don't know if threatening is the best
Especially not
course of action.
Zariel. She's very
Maybe
persnickety.
not that one.
But of course you you know better than us, so I'm sorry to ever interject.
She gives you she like slightly pets your cheek like a dog who just like kind of like barked and then realized that he made a mistake, and she's like, it's okay.
It's the like hand on cheek pat.
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. That being said,
Okay.
like you said, there are a number of routes that you could take. I'm not saying that they would be the best, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood
Right.
that you are in a position of power, and flexing that power is not something to shy against.
Okay.
Well, oh, I'm not sure. How does? First of all, I should double check. How do you feel about divine emissaries of the god? I mean, I know how you feel about divine emissaries of gods, but just as a touch and go, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, they make lovely snacks.
Second question: how does Zariel feel about divine emissaries of the gods?
Zariel is always a wild card. I never know. I can't read her well. She always is going against the plans and we have a system, and she always goes against it. So she's a wild card. I guess you can always assume that she will do the opposite of what you want her to do.
I thought that you were the wild card.
I am a wild card, but I am a planned wild card. I know my moves 7 times ahead. She doesn't know
Yes.
anything. She just
She's
goes,
like a-
goes and goes.
She's
a
like
firecracker.
a fiendish Rambo.
Yes.
But
I don't think that should be a worry if we're referring to the 4 of you. There's
I was
no
mainly
necessarily
referring to
gods
him.
here, so
Are you pointing at Cather?
yes, I pointed Gather. You dabble in the whole god business, right?
Sure. Dabble is a way to put it.
Well, if
They
if
seem
you
to
didn't
listen
see
to you
through it, then it
anyways.
should be fine.
I
If,
think listened is the better terms.
if she is not concerned, then I'm not.
Good, fantastic. Are you able to set up that meeting then, dear? Or should we go through some other round?
I could call for a meeting, but I would be calling for a meeting of all the Archdevils, not one specifically with Zara.
Oh boy,
You could
all
wait.
of the Archdevils, huh?
You could wait and perhaps pull her off to the side afterwards, but I fear I cannot just. I fear that if I were to call upon her solely, she would not listen. Her and I do not get along well, and certainly she would not be willing to do a favor for me.
I mean, I'd be fine with pulling her off to the side afterwards and kind of Zariel, we're secretaries and we have business with you, but we haven't been able to get in contact. What a perfect time.
Oh wait, but that means we have to
Well,
sit in
well,
with
wait a
all of the
minute.
Archdevils, right?
Well, wait a minute.
No.
Oh,
No, you
good.
would not be granted such an honor.
I mean, we can kind of interweave some of the plans. I mean, do you think Do you think the great Glacia having a hold of the Halak would be something worth her coming one-on-one to discuss?
I knew that I liked you. That would be interesting. And
Are you
she'd be
saying-
far more interested in something like that than if I were to solely call her. But we'd have to be very careful. That, as you mentioned, there is a good chance that she would solely come with the intention of killing you. And I get the feeling that if you die, you don't just come back here.
It's a little complicated. Not
you
really sure how that
tried?
works. Haven't tried yet. Don't really want to.
That's
But
fair.
I mean, do you just go back to the abyss?
I don't know. Probably Baphomet gets a hold of me, and I don't want to go back there.
So we don't have it as you like have imprisoned the Halak. You have it as the Halak wishes for an audience to negotiate plans that would be beneficial for the demons and would assist with the blood war on
I have no idea how to
Avernus.
do that, Abinthy.
Well,
That would be the
we
plan.
do. We manage. We
Especially-
escorted.
As you mentioned beforehand, if we could undermine both Bell and assist the devils in the blood war, that's two foes that she could take out with one blow. She would like that.
And that's simply what
That's,
that's literally what we're trying to do.
Okay,
Is
okay.
steal a
Yeah.
thing from Belle, kill
Right.
Baphomet, both
Okay.
of those help her, and then you are just the lure
And to get
reel
this
her in
straight,
here.
what we're planning right now is to trick the entire audience of like arc devils, right? To trick
No,
There's
no,
them.
only a
no,
half
no,
lie.
no. We're going to persuade Zariel to assist us in what we are already going to do anyway.
We are going to present a mutually beneficial plan in which we get to do the things that help us, and in doing so, that helps them.
And we're just showing Zariel how they're going to benefit her.
Exactly. And then she's like, oh my goodness, I don't have to do any work other than tell you where to go. And I get to eliminate two of my problems, one of which is the literal king of the demon princes.
Okay, I might
Sounds
take back
fantastic
what I said
to me.
earlier.
I agree.
I've been coached in speech, but I don't know about talking to a whole
Abinthy?
audience of
Abinthy
arc
looks
demons.
You just need to work on
Uh,
your ethos, pathos, and logos, and then you'll be good.
Can, if I may say something,
yes.
are we at all concerned at the actual ramifications of this plan?
That's what I'm thinking.
No.
More so, less so of what you're thinking, Edward. More so, what happens after we kill Baphomet?
Oh, if we get that far. I mean, when we get that far.
I say, so in my mind, the question is, are there any ramifications that would stop us from choosing to kill Baphomet? Because as far as I can tell, there aren't any.
Well,
Obviously, there's
just
going to be
pointed it-
consequences
pointed
to
it out
that.
there, just so that we're all aware. This could likely be the end of the blood war if we are successful.
Does that mean the end of everything?
We don't know.
I mean, worst comes to
You have
worst.
noticed that Glacia has been silent since you mentioned that.
And we even and even the Fae problem. It's a bit overwhelming.
I'm not sure how, but I've never been one to be unprepared for the things that I don't know are going to happen, but also be worried about the things that I can't prevent. All I know, yes, you go. Got it.
I am going to do this. I want you all by my side and to help me with it, but I can't really ask that of you because who knows what it will mean. But I'm not going to be a prisoner of Baphomet for the rest of my life. That means ending the Blood Wars. That means ending the Blood Wars.
And we will deal with that in turn.
And so the halak she is.
Renaya leans over to Apathy. I like her a lot. She's pretty cool.
No.
She's pretty
We
great.
really need to talk later.
Okay, we totally will.
Yeah, we'll get on that.
Edward
Kind of
is
everything.
exchanging some concerned looks with Cather. Nothing like rude or anything.
I mean,
just like
they're both just
like
concerned
they're
about
uncomfortable.
this. This is
Okay,
a
you
very
two,
big
I know,
decision.
I know.
But it's
I know
subtle.
this is a lot. I know this is a lot. Okay.
I feel as if my presence is going to be causing alarm in this. Please take some time, deliberate, and let me know when you're ready. And she goes and she gives Abinthy a kiss on the cheek before stepping outside.
I'll turn and I will place a hand gently on her arm and say, I will see you later.
Yes.
Don't worry about that. But as I see it, as Renaya said, she's going to do this. I think that it is right to be concerned, and I think that it is right to prepare for what you are concerned about. But I don't think that this is something we can just not do.
I agree, Abinthy. My concern, though, is is it better to wait? That is my true question.
Wait for what?
We have a war mounting against the Archfey, a possible alliance with the Demon Princes, and a soon confrontation on the material plane, possibly involving also the gods. The only thing that is potentially keeping the Demon Princes from joining the Archfey currently is the Blood War. If that Blood War ends, the Archfey are stronger and the material plane is in more danger. Everyone is in more danger.
And at the same time,
Look,
if Baphomet
yes.
falls, then maybe it weakens the demons.
I am in no place to stop Baphomet where I am right now.
So then my question is, do we focus on the Archfey first?
With what? We don't know anything really. Where do we go? What do we do next? Right now, we have Glossia help us to navigate this dagger. Work on this. Keep an eye on what's happening out there. Both can be happening. I need to build up my strength if I'm going to stop Baphomet.
At worst, we end up with an artifact of legend that will help us do multiple things. I imagine that it will also probably be effective against the Archfey. I don't know if we kill Baphomet right off the gate, but having
That
the
is a good
weapon, I don't
point.
think is a bad idea.
I think
Agree.
the dagger would, from what I've seen, might be our only chance, real chance, against the Anathema and the Archfey. Of course, all the talk of the Blood War and what that might mean, for good reason, causes concern. But I think we can all agree, I don't think we can do anything as we stand here now, against the Fae. We might need that dagger.
Yes, I do agree. Covering the dagger is, I think, the best play for us to do next, but I do want to state we should wait before we kill Baphomet with it.
I second.
I look at Renaya.
When the time is right.
Good.
I obviously have no legal ability.
I turn
influence
to
anything.
Renai Edward. All in favor of officially adding Abathy to Fate's Gambit?
Hi.
Aye.
I mean,
Congratulations, Abathy.
Really?
You gain a vote.
Oh, I've never been a part of a group before. Oh, this is the first time I've.
wait, does that mean that I'm no longer your boss?
I mean, a pay was mentioned.
Have you been paying him?
Yes.
No, I offered
Well,
to work for free.
Okay,
well,
wait. So have you been
I've
paying
paid
him or have
him
you
in-
not been paying
He's
him?
been paying him
I've
in
given him
exposure.
bonuses.
I've gotten a place to
given him
live.
Edward. We agree.
And
Look,
I
I
lived-
am not skimping on. I've given Aventhy what he's asked for.
It's true, and he-
more. Isn't that right?
And yes, and you have given me occasional
I'm a good
installments.
overseer. We've been more like partners, right? Partners.
I'm completely okay with this.
He's helping him build his
Partners,
portfolio,
though.
Renaya. Come
I
on.
asked for to not be paid. I just kind of think that it's funny as a joke to
I give
bring it
him
up
money.
every once in a while. But yes, he has paid me a pass. Plus, we've gone
Oh,
on
you give me
wonderful trips.
ulcers.
We've gone to auctions. He's helped me acquire many different bits and bobs. It's been fantastic. I've really
And
enjoyed
I've-
working for you.
Yes.
And
Right.
but now
Anyway,
in the
I think-
future,
I'm really
I'd
friends.
rather
made it
We're
I really don't
friends,
care.
so
You're
we
part.
can-
You're part of the group now.
We
Welcome.
can. Yes, I think we can.
You never
I-
pay.
I
will
think we can
not
talk soon.
look upon this lightly.
Now,
Now,
so done.
Wait,
I should.
Aventhy,
Yeah.
as a part of the Fate's Gambit, that means he gets access to what we have left in the vaults, right?
About that,
How
I
much did it
absolutely
take?
built a secret bunker underneath Gambit's keep.
How much is?
Wait,
in
it's
the- how
another
much is-
secret bunker?
How much is in the
Yes.
vault?
A lot.
Aventhy.
Because Cather has a lot on him.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. You guys
Talk about
have
that later.
untold riches.
That's fantastic. That's enough to buy
Great.
overnight.
Beautiful. Lovely.
Anyway.
Shall I go ask? I don't know how long it will take her to call a meeting or anything.
Yeah, maybe get a time estimate for that.
Yeah.
Do question? Would we like some time to prepare? Like how
I'd
much
like a
time?
little bit of time if that's
How
o-
much
if
time
that's
is a
okay.
little bit of time?
Like just the night, maybe. I've had a
Okay. Oh,
very
yes, that would be
big day.
fantastic.
Yeah, we could all rehearse on our own, maybe some.
So I will ask Glacia for at the earliest tomorrow, and then see how much time it'll take. Cather?
I assume there are perhaps some private chambers for all of us.
Yes. Although the floor is mainly open concept, there are a few secluded rooms.
Okay.
I'm going to go get. I'm gonna prance over. Glacia, dear.
Oh,
So,
boy.
have you come to a decision?
Yes, we totally are going after the dagger first death.
Fantastic.
I don't know how long do you think that it would take you to summon Zariel, given the information that we have?
I would imagine that the causality for the meeting would hasten her desire to come here. But at the same time, she would have to find an opportunity in the wars and the battles to leave without perhaps undermining her power. I would imagine it'd be at least a day, if not a few.
That would be fantastic, because the earliest that we would be able to, we need time to collect ourselves. Renaya just had her first date in a long time with Gratz today.
That's why she's glowing. I see.
Yes. Oh man.
Wait,
I
Gratz
need
says
to
that?
ask her what skin routine she does. It is
No.
fantastic.
It not anyway.
But yes, the earliest we would be able to deal with that whole situation would be tomorrow. Would it be all right if we would stay here for the night?
Of course. You are all welcome.
Edward looks at him like he's crazy.
I mean, if they stayed.
I
in-
look back
And
at
doesn't say
Edward and I
anything.
wink.
If you have any soundproof rooms,
The whole
I'd
floor
like
is
to take one of
soundproof.
those.
Yes.
But let's take us some time to settle in. I mean, the day is still young. Anyone up for some pinochle?
But what?
I don't know. I've never played it. I just like the name.
If you would like to take some time to prepare, I will begin drafting a message to Zarya.
Fantastic. And then we'll stay the night, and then at earliest tomorrow is when the meeting could take place. I'm sure that we would all like to sit down, have something to drink, maybe talk a little bit.
Drinks would be
Rafe,
good.
You and I mean, oh man, are there drinks here? I hope you like fiendish liquor, because whew, man,
I don't
is
think
it
I've ever
wild.
tried it.
You make sure to accommodate to them. I will get started with a message. And she goes over to a desk that she has within the room on the other side and begins drafting a message. There's a window right there, like a barred window. As she begins drafting a message, this winged creature comes and lands on it. It's imp-like, but it's like a combination of an imp and a gargoyle is how I describe it, where it's very like chunky and kind of like bulldog-ish with wings and imp-like features, fangs and all that type of stuff. It looks like a gargoyle with wings, with like fairy wings. It's kind of how you can think of it. It goes and it sits down on the bars. And you can see it has a little ribbon tied around its neck with a little clasp to like, you know how like messenger hawks would have like little, or like messenger.
Yeah, so that way you
like,
could put the little
exactly.
roll of it in.
It has that just like hanging around its neck, almost like a Saint Bernard like jug that they'd have for the rescue dogs. And she begins drafting the message. She does come up to you, Renaya. Might I get some of your blood?
For what? For the like proof that you have me deal?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And she comes up and she just gives you a little prick on the finger and basically has you like stamp your fingerprint on it with your own blood. Perfect. I promise you didn't just sign away your soul to a third deity.
At this point, it's, you know.
It's happened before.
Par for the course.
So while she's drafting the message, what would you guys like to do? Very painful.
Well, yeah. Ooh, Renaya's got something.
What? No, go ahead. What are you doing, everything?
No, I was just going to say that if anyone wants to talk to Abinthy, he is completely available.
I totally. You and I need to talk because we've got some serious bonding to do, Abinthy. But where is Cather?
That's an excellent question. Cather, where are you?
Are we?
Where are you? Where are you going? What you doing?
Are we like just all hanging out like in like Glacier's room?
Yeah, Glacia has like a master suite, and so there's the bed in the corner, there's the desk, there's like a whole living room, there's a bathroom, there's other rooms, there's a massive closet, whole 9 yards. It's just a massive space. You also know that on the outside, there's 3 other doors that go down the hall that lead to private chambers as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a whole floor that is just glosses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Edward would be. You go ahead.
If we're all hanging out in the same relative space, Cather would just like go like sit down like on a couch, I guess, in the living area.
What?
You
take out a magazine, just put it over your face, and just start sleeping.
When Cather goes over there, Renaya's gonna kind of like tap Abinthy back a sec. Will you do me a quick favor before?
Who do you want dead?
No, nobody. No. What?
I just figured.
Okay. Nobody dead. Can you just? Can you kind of like keep Edward busy for a sec? I'm gonna check in on.
There is nothing that I am more skilled at. After 3 years of spending time with Edward, I've got it.
All right.
Edward, would you mind?
Edward.
I've been thinking of the wherever you are. I'm saying this. You know that project that you've worked with me on before. I wink, a really big wink.
Yes.
The mice problem.
Ah, the mice in the
I've been
keep.
thinking of some new ideas. I would love to take your measurements.
My measurements?
Yes, of course. Well, we need a better suit for the problem.
Oh. I get it. Yes, in fact. That would be good, actually. I've been
Fantastic.
wanting a bit of an upgrade.
I love
yes.
the fact that Grant literally just got it.
I
so I
still
will,
don't get it, so
I will
perfect.
pull out a
I
measuring tape.
I was
What
going
were
to
you
try to find something to occupy my mind and sort my thoughts anyways. This is the
Fantastic.
perfect activity. Would you like to join me in my personal chambers?
Yes, and I will also say that your personal chambers is rather pretentious. But
Glacia does look up.
I
Went
mean,
back to her work.
I mean the chambers that I've been so graciously
kindly, yes.
bestowed upon.
fantastic. Very well done.
Not at
Yes,
all mine.
To the private chambers.
Yes.
In
yeah,
fact,
know
more
your
yours
place.
than mine.
I look back and
You lead the way.
I say, just grab me whenever you're done. I would love to pick your brain on some things.
Ooh, you got that silk, didn't you?
Oh, you best believe I did. It's just the color you like.
I saw it was dark purple.
Ooh.
Wow. These two are made
Oh
for
my
each other.
god, that was the
Hey,
best
on
thing I've done
Patreon-
all episode.
Patreon will explain what we're talking about. Just saying.
Yes,
Yeah,
check
so what we're
out
talking about, check
Patreon.
$8 a month. Continue.
nice plug, Grant.
Renaya.
Nice plug.
Thanks.
You
Thanks,
go
Max,
over,
for plugging that.
There's Glacia back behind you, but over a little ways away from her, you do see Cather laying on. It looks like it's a leather couch, but it kind of is. It looks almost like crocodile leather, but somehow it's incredibly soft. It's rather weird.
Mm-hmm.
Renaya, in her traditional, awkward, not sure how to approach fashion, makes her way over.
You do see, so yeah, Cather is like laying down on it. He does like if there is magazine, it is like over his eyes right now.
It's not a magazine. It's a pickpocketing for.
Is it the Pied Piper comic book?
No, unfortunately not Pied Piper.
Oh, bummer. It didn't
But
make
it-
it to this far down, I guess.
It's demon locks made simple. Pickpocketing for anybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, he just has that like covering his face, and like you like and like then you like see like just all of his like his 3 swords just like laying on the couch like next to the couch as he's just kind of sitting there still.
Renaya will like pick up the book a little bit.
Yes, Renaya.
You made yourself quite at home already.
I don't feel comfortable here.
You would have fooled me.
He sits up.
Well,
Are you?
we haven't really had much time to actually like talk about anything.
Yeah. There's a lot been going on.
A lot has happened.
Yeah. Well, is there something in particular you wanted to talk about?
You seem broken.
There's more than just a broken blade that I carry. So, you are not wrong. I will not deny it.
I'm pretty good at fixing things sometimes. She like has her hands glow like her usual like mending glow.
Thank you, Rinny. I don't think it is the sword that is at fault.
I know.
And it will likely take a much longer journey to repair. You know, 4 years ago, I set out on a journey. And I never quite realized just how much I could lose. And I know that you understand what that feels like. I don't know, I don't sleep very well anymore. I mostly just relive every moment of failure that I've had these past 4 years. And I have a hard time giving myself the grace that I give to you guys. Because I've failed in many ways, and I don't know how to go forward.
Well, did you finish it?
Finish what?
Your journey?
In a way. But it seems that a new one is at hand, and I don't know if I can make it to the end.
What do you mean?
I was never afraid before. Not to this extent. When we all first met, I thought, despite all the things that we were against, I honestly believed that we could face it all together, and that we could win. That we could accomplish what only would be thought of by something of the gods, or the demons, the devils. Something that no mortals should ever be able to do. And yet... But then we lost Havel. And then... Laura. And then... I made a widow out of my sister. By letting her best friend, my best friend, die. And then... And then in the most arrogant thing I've ever done, I led Track to his death. I was never concerned about Track. I always thought that he would be the last one standing out of all of us. So what do I do with that? How do I move forward from that?
We didn't lose, Cather. We won. And there was a cost for that. A cost that we all knew. Nobody goes into this life expecting to come out and be okay. You know? You're not responsible for what happened. And as
you guys asked me to lead, to be an example, to show the way forward for all of us to come out on the other side. And time again, my friends have died before me. And then...
Cather. They didn't die because of you. They died for you. And they died for you to keep going. Their journey's ended, yours hasn't. You haven't failed because you haven't finished. Okay?
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
if you want to.
I always knew that out of us four, Tarak was going to be the one. Because he wasn't going to let any of us. He wasn't going to let any of us go. And he would absolutely have been so upset with me if I'd brought him back.
I suppose that's fair.
I miss him a lot. But we didn't lose him. We won.
Can I make an insight check on Renaya? I know I'm probably gonna fail.
Of course.
What
are you trying to discern specifically?
What's going on?
I want to see how much of her own words she believes.
Okay. Renai, go ahead and roll a deception check.
Probably gonna go real well here, guys.
Just want everyone to know that during that conversation, Mr. Brightside was playing in my mind.
And there's just giggling every now and then coming from
rolled-
the room that Abathy and Edward are in.
I rolled a 14. Probably doesn't beat like the 37 Renaya rolled.
Got an 11.
Miracles do happen.
Renaya, how much of your own words do you believe?
There's a lot of pain, but there's also a lot of faith in you.
Stop making a grown man cry.
We're not this grown man. Get back in there, dear.
What's that from?
It's from
I
Cry with the
recognize
Chance
that.
of Meatballs.
Oh,
Specifically
yeah.
the sequel. Yeah.
Ah, the second one?
Is Renaya sitting on the couch like next to Cather?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll just kind of like lean his head on her shoulder. And he'll just in a very quiet, hushed tone just say, "Thank you, Renaya."
Of course. For real though, do you want me to like mending your sword or not? Because like I can. I don't know if it'll work because I don't know what happened, but
It won't work. But thank you for the offer.
okay.
But things went well with Grotz.
Yes.
Never thought I'd say it at first, but I am glad that he's around.
Yeah, I never thought you'd ever say that. That's kind of weird.
But he has time and time again proven his loyalty to you and to us. So I can't help but appreciate him.
Me too. I should probably go. I don't know what Abinthy was talking about with Edward. I just sent him to distract Edward so that because it's Edward, you know, he doesn't really pick up on the cues sometimes.
Oh, come on.
You guys, Renai, you stand up to go check on them. As you notice that Glacia is watching you before she kind of gestures for you to come over, and then she stands and she rolls the this is when she wants you to stamp your finger because there was a little ways into it, so she finishes it. Could I get your blood? 1 million yards. She then rolls up the message and tucks it into that gargoyle's little sash, and she goes, "You know, they're very lucky to have you.
What
Everyone
do you mean?
needs everyone, even the strongest and the most noble. Everyone's broken. And everyone needs a shoulder that they can lean on. I'm glad that my brother has you, and that my love has you, and that Edward has you, and Cather has you. You're a good fit.
Thank you.
And you're feisty. I like that.
I like you a lot.
Thank you. I
We're-
like me a lot too.
We're gonna get along great.
I look forward to many, many meetings.
Sounds good. Do I need to go tell like Abinthy that it's
If
all
you-
done there?
Yes, I am done and ready. I'm sure she'll get back to me whenever she pleases.
Okay.
Which is one thing I do respect about her. But nonetheless, I'm sure you have some time if you want to go talk to Abinthy or Edward. That's his name, right? Edward?
Oh, come on. She doesn't even remember my name.
Oh man, this is my favorite joke.
I'm just getting clowned on today.
So,
Oh, by the way, this is what they mean when they say women supporting women. All right, this is
Queens
girl
fix each
boss
energy.
energy.
that's right,
Absolutely.
that's
Oh, interesting.
Grant's like, I've never heard that. You do hear like when you go outside the
Gibbs
door,
core.
just
Well,
stab Edward. in the
hearing
heart.
like you're literally
Um,
hearing like giggling.
Every once in a
and
while,
clothes like like clothes being taken on and off. Like, ooh,
wow.
oh, that's nice.
and
That
Abinthy's
looks
like,
good.
I'm thinking, first of all, we need more belts. Second
Yes,
of all,
honestly,
if we
never
change
enough.
the fabric, it'll make it just way lighter.
Could you leave a
Movements
little bit more
optimized.
room, like on my thighs? Sometimes it gets caught
the
up. I have to pull
chafing?
it down.
Is it? Oh, it's okay. Well, I mean, yes, it
Abinthy,
is that.
Edward.
Oh, yes.
One moment. Don't come in. Don't come in yet.
Oh, okay.
A crush.
The shift weave.
Oh yeah.
Just
What
think
do
about
I
it
say?
really hard. Think of what?
Oh, really?
Say common garb or something like that. I don't know. What kind.
Okay. Shift weave. Yeah.
You okay in there?
Does it
It
work?
turns
Does
back
it
to your
change?
normal clothes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, come in.
Renaya very concerned opens the door.
There are articles of clothing everywhere.
It's just a lot of silk and like.
You do also notice that both of their cheeks are rather flushed, like they've been doing the rigorous physical.
I'm sweating.
Yeah.
Abinthy sweats a lot.
Do you two
Edward's
need a
hair is a little
moment?
disheveled.
I can go back and just wait.
Oh no, not at all. We would just
Oh,
we
we
would
were
just
just,
finishing up finishing touches.
Yeah, finishing touches. Yeah.
Yes.
We were
Right,
the project.
finishing
We were discussing
touches.
things.
Got it.
Yes, it's
Edward
a long
fixes
story.
his hair.
Huh.
Yes, Captain.
So I didn't go with Renaya.
Nope.
Does
you
there-
and Glacia.
Yep, it's just me and Glossa.
I'm ready.
Oh,
Does there
gosh.
are there like training dummies in here at all?
No.
What are you thinking?
No. Okay. Can Catherine make a training dummy?
Do you
Did
ask?
you make one out of the couch cushions? Just
You're
sort of, like,
seriously gonna
slashing away?
train in her master suite?
This is the better question.
He's got to
Does
show
Cather
off.
carry a training dummy in the bag? Of
I mean,
he just
if,
opens
if
one
the
up and
DM
pulls
would
out.
allow, I think it would. 100% dude.
I'm gonna tell you
Odd or
right now.
even?
If you take your shirt off, Glossy will not have a problem,
Odd.
regardless of what you're doing.
You do have a training buddy
Okay.
What?
in your bag of holding.
Okay.
It's
So-
unfoldable.
Cather, you freaking gym bro.
So
It's like carrying around a
Pulls
water
out a
jug.
heavyweight bag, hangs it from a rafter.
Oh,
so
that's awesome.
so Cather will approach Clausia and ask, Is there a private place that I could go and be by myself?
I don't know why you'd ever want to be by yourself when I am here. But if you wish, there are many other rooms.
Thank you. And I apologize. I'm a taken man.
I'm a taken woman. That means nothing.
Canonically, Abinthy has been a part of multiple thruples.
Awkward.
Anyway,
So-
but Cather then will leave.
That's a
at that
banned
point
word from now on.
and will, in one of the private chambers, take out his training dummy and begin training, just kind of his normal kind of training routine. And
Okay, great. You take off your
It-
shirt. You go through some different routines. It is, while you're in this reminiscent state, you can't help but think of Kiyomura as you
Oh, yeah.
begin.
100%.
Exactly. Yes, everybody's got the right idea. No. It's been a little over 3 years since you've seen him. And the mystery of where he is does weigh a little heavier on your heart right now.
Do you have anything else, or can I?
Can we-
I mean,
step
that's
in?
all I did. Yeah.
It cuts back to Abinthy telling Renaya and Edwin, and he's like, "Yeah, it's crazy. Glossia can actually see, actually visually see everything within her domain if
Wait,
she
is that
just
right?
chooses to. So nothing's really private. So like I couldn't imagine if Cather takes off his shirt, she's just gonna be staring at him for like the next 20 minutes. And
Edward
you
just
guys-
hits Abinthy on the shoulder and say, "You should have said that before we started working on our project."
Oh, trust me, there's no secrets that I could keep from her.
She knows how to coax them out.
But
Sorry, Renaya.
Renaya, how did it go?
Wait, what? How did what go?
Oh, I'm sure that. Well, I mean, she probably talked with Cather while we were doing our thing.
Oh,
just
they
probably.
do that. Yeah.
Yes, all the time. I'm sure.
Yes, I did talk with Cather. Good.
Oh.
Good. Glossia finished. Got it sent out. Now we just wait for a response.
No, fantastic.
Good
Well,
here.
I would love to pick your brain on some things regarding like Grost and stuff like that.
Sure.
I
You mean-
personally
you mean
don't
like,
mind. If,
like
if
not
Edward's
literally
here.
though. Like you're not actually. going
No,
to-
I
okay,
would.
cool.
I would never
Right.
lobotomize you without your
Just
consent.
needed to make sure sometimes.
Lobotomize without your consent. Oh my gosh, what a sentence.
Edward, I don't mind if you're here. I just want to. I just
Oh,
want to
yeah,
make
Edward,
sure
you can stay. Yeah.
that you're okay with it, unless you're
sure.
uncomfortable.
No, I,
Hear a slight knock on the
I
door.
was.
Hello?
Come in.
Glossia does open the door.
Why doesn't everybody just come into my room? I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. That's great. That's not Edward.
Just like-
Yeah, Edward was about to be
Edward,
skewered.
Edward did not say that. That was me making a joke.
Since you are here,
Oh my
I do not
gosh.
need to be a part of the conversation, but I would enjoy just your company. If I might be able to stay here or you come into the other room.
What
talking
would
to
you
all of you.
prefer?
I mean, my room is far more comfortable than this drab place.
Edward, are you alright if we go to?
Please. And she opens the door.
I'd really like some time to clear my head alone, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. No. If you want to be alone.
I do have a few things that I would like to talk to Renaya about. If it would be very embarrassing if you were right there. I don't know if I could talk about them.
And then Glossia.
Me? Or
To
Glossia? Oh, okay.
If you wish for privacy, that is understandable. But if you're just hanging out, I would enjoy being a part.
Oh no! The moment that we get to hanging out, why would I want to hang around these people when you're here?
Fair enough. All right. Well, I will return to my chambers then, but don't keep me waiting.
I would never.
Boy,
Yeah.
that was awkward. Just kidding.
Flirting with Aaron.
Edward, do you stay? Do you go?
Should I stay or should I go?
There are 3 private rooms, so if you guys want privacy and Edward wants privacy, there is
Edward's
one
like-
Do
more
you
room
want to
that
clear your head?
Oh, I mean, we could go to the other private room.
we
if
can
you
go to
want
the
use
other
it.
room.
And I better keep working on that project. I still have to
Oh,
see.
yes. Make sure to tell me how many buckles you want.
For the
Mhm.
mice.
Yes, how many straps, yeah.
Edward, as you leave, you do hear from one of the rooms like some wood splitting.
And like, ah!
you also, as you leave, you notice that the door to Glacia's suite is slightly ajar, and she's sitting at her desk like this, staring into the void.
You
Yeah,
fell
there's
for
just
the traps.
a bunch of grunting coming from
It's
one
just
room.
Skyrim noises.
So, Renaya and Avanthi, you go into the other room.
For the Thane! Well, I switched into character so
switched
fast.
really
So
Holy
fast.
cow.
That was amazing. Okay.
We all aspire to be Aaron.
Well,
for yourself.
so, I mean, I don't want to make it too awkward, but it occurred to me that between the two of us, you may be the only person who understands kind of what it's like to, well, be in a relationship with, well, a fiend of remarkable capability. And this is going to be I'm just going to start it off with a very abrupt question that may catch you a little off guard.
Okay.
How did you two, first of all, are you in love?
Yes.
How
Too
did
much
that
so.
happen?
It's kind of a problem, but
Yes, it does seem like it has caused
Right.
a lifetime of issues.
yeah, it's it's wonderful. He's wonderful, but oh my gosh, it's so complicated.
Hmm.
But it makes such good art in the Discord.
It does.
It does. I'm sure the fan fictions are incredible.
Oh no,
Um,
I don't want to think about that.
But
We're not big
like,
enough for that yet.
How did you fall in love? First of all, how did you know when you were first in love? Like, was it an abrupt thing? Was it like you seduced him over months, and you were like, yes? Or was it the reverse? Was it like how did this happen?
Well, honestly, it kind of caught me off guard. I didn't expect it. And for a while I didn't want it. I just kind of had it and I didn't know what to do with it. And then I was nervous too because, Demon Prince and all that. And,
Yes, big title.
and also it was like I was the Halak, so there was a big... I didn't believe it was actually me he was
Yes,
interested in, It was just
Oh
the whole-
yes.
The
It was
prophecy.
just something that you had. Yes.
Yeah.
I hate prophecies.
But that wasn't it.
Yes, he appears to. Well, I mean, as Edward mentioned, we came across him. And he was in a very, very bad state. Well, he was unable to make contact with you. Have you ever seen, like? It reminded me of, like, a young bachelor who had been scorned by someone who he had devoted his life to and had succumbed to literally any vice he possibly could. It was bad. He had like gained weight. I didn't even know that Grotz could do that. Like, he didn't have all 6 abs.
He went down to a 4-pack.
Like, that's absurd.
I can't imagine. As much as it killed me, he didn't know anything.
Yes, I do suppose so. That would be very difficult. But things are going well. Things are kind.
They'll get there. But it is very much just us against the world.
Other question, that perhaps this isn't a thing that you worry about. maybe it isn't. Maybe you've already conquered it. Maybe you've found some solution. How do you deal? Are you going to die? Like, are you immortal?
I don't know.
Okay, but you were just as some elf. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's assume that you are still operating on the timeline of an elf.
Okay.
How do you deal with the idea that one day you'll die, and then they won't?
I mean, that was kind of one of the things that, when thinking about it logically, it didn't make sense, you know? It's like, I shouldn't love him because someday I'll be gone and he'll just find somebody else. I'm such a small part.
Yes.
What's the point? But
It was
whatever
actually
small part I have in his life is a really big part for me. And he knows that. So it's not as insignificant as you might think it is.
But I've asked you multiple questions, rapid fire all in a row.
Right.
Do you have any questions for me?
Are you scared?
Scared of what?
Well, I guess a lot of things. Are you scared of? Are you scared of what's going to happen with you in Glossia?
Like, when I die?
Mm-hmm.
Glossia and I are different from you and Bronze in a lot of ways. We met. Glossia has it's a terrible way to start a conversation. It needs a sentence now. Where do I start? As you know, Glossia is both the prisoner and warden of the 6th layer of hell. She is confined to this layer, but also controls it. Because of that, her mobility is rather limited. One of the things that she does to cope with that isolation and seclusion is she will throw banquets or parties and invite people who interest her on the material plane or elsewhere to said banquets and parties. Most of them don't survive. Glossia, when she chooses to be, you have met the kind side of Glossia. But there's another part of her that seeks to corrupt and control and defile and ruin, and to take away the freedom of others because she does not have it. I was invited to one of these banquets, and of course I went. You don't turn down that invitation. A couple of the strange things that occurred is, one, I survived, obviously. And I appeared to have caught her eye, and so I was invited time and time again. And I became something of an interest to her, I suppose, because in some ways I was the opposite of her, where she had no freedom. I had all of it. I was a tailor. I traveled the world. I fought dangerous battles and changed the scape of the world in some regards. I once went to war with the elemental planes. I was her window into the outside world. And she was someone who I could express concerns, and it eventually turned from a flight of fancy or a fling into something deeper. Although neither one of us would ever admit it, you are honestly the first person I would ever, and only person I would ever talk to about this. And can I promise, can I have you promise that you will not use this to betray me or ruin me in the future? As you've seen, relationships can be used to hurt people.
I know.
Better than anyone. I am not sure if what we have is love, but I would like to think that it is. It is nothing that we will ever admit. We will play it off as joking or almost goopily romantic. And there are multiple reasons for that. Part of the reason why we do so is so that way we can't be hurt. If they knew, if other archdevils or enemies of Glacia knew that she held any more attraction to me than some flighting fancy, it would be very dangerous for both me and her. And I have my own enemies. The other part of it is I live by a belief. It is something that has held me together for a very long time, which is that even the darkest of creatures, even the most foolish of people, every person deserves, at some point in their life, to be loved harder than anyone else can love them. Not romantic love, not endless love or conditionless love like the gods, but love that hurts, love that's hard to maintain. And the biggest thing for both me and Glacia is that, presumably if we found this, we are two of the least deserving people to have obtained it. And so it is not our right to flaunt it. It is not our right to bring it up when we know that not only do we not deserve it, but in both of our lives we have taken it away from others before. So we hide it and we love behind closed doors. As for the question of death, I'm not afraid that when I die, I will be forgotten. I'm afraid that when I die, she won't forget me. Because just as she may be the only one who could love me, I fear that I may be the only one who could love her. And when I am gone, she won't have that hard love anymore. I may or may not have offended several death gods. And
I won't tell him.
I have plans to avoid that. I've heard Katha deals with death gods.
Yes.
Do
Yes.
not tell him about
I
this.
won't. I won't tell anybody.
But I've looked into a lot of different ways to avoid leaving her.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe I'll find something. I know some people. I've investigated into lichdom before, dabbled a little bit. Plenty of ways about it. But
So are you? Were you asking because you were curious if?
have you? No, I'm not
Yeah.
immortal. I will die. Like
No.
that is
Right
right
were
now.
you asking because you were curious if what happened with me was something you could do?
I mean, it is certainly an option. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to become an archdevil. Asmodeus really sucks.
I would not encourage it.
But no, I was honestly asking because I don't know anyone else who's, first of all, in a relationship with an immortal. Second of all, a fiend. Third of all, seems to be doing pretty well. Finding relationships that aren't tragic is harder than you'd think. Although I can't guarantee that either of ours aren't tragic.
I want to go back on a thing you said.
Please, by all means.
You said that you're scared of
Use your words.
for her. You're scared for her.
Of course I am.
I've lost a lot of people. A lot of people I've loved. And I'll be honest, when Catherine and Edward came back, I was very afraid to have them around again. Because loving a person means that you accept the pain of losing them. That's what I think love really is taking a person in and knowing very well that someday you will not have them, but still keeping them close, closer than ever. Because what a sad life it would be if we didn't have anybody.
Perhaps. That may be the case, but I think there is also sometimes love there. Maybe it even goes beyond that, to where there have only ever been two things in my life that I have loved as much as Colossia. One of them is magic. I love magic. The other one is gone. And I have never accepted that fact. And I never will. And perhaps it is because of that maybe it's because I never accepted the idea that I would no longer have her. That I'm in so much pain.
You know, missing someone is just loving them when they're really far away.
Perhaps. But what is it when it's your fault that they're gone?
What do you mean?
It's a very long story. And it
Aren't
is a
they
story.
all?
Yes, unfortunately, it's multiple stories. Not just one long one. Interconnected. Difficult. I would like to tell them to everyone. If it's to you, the different parts, it doesn't matter. But it would take time.
Of course.
And they are not good stories. I feel that if I tell them to you, to Edward and to Cather, you may deeply regret asking me to be a part of Fate's Gambit.
Well, as Glossia just told me, we're all broken. We don't expect you to be anything else.
That's good. I've made a lot of decisions that have changed the lives of a lot of people. And if I were to count the number of curses on my name, it would be longer than the endless tome in the Scholar's Guide. I don't know when the time will come for these stories to come into play, but they involve a lot of death, a lot of betrayal, and a lot of monstrous acts that I have committed that are frankly unforgivable, even if some of them are justified. And I will have you know, although they pain me, I do not regret any of them, and I would do them all over again if given the chance.
I would say
Yes, Renaya.
I am a demon prince.
Eh,
You know, this stuff doesn't really faze me all that much anymore.
if
I
we were
mean,
to
the
throw titles
other
around,
two-
it would
the
take it
other
all
two-
day.
The other two might take some more time with like processing this stuff. They don't really like. They're the moral compasses. I'm kind of the force of chaos.
That's a dangerous combination that we have.
It is.
What is it with us, with forces of chaos and ending up with really hot fiends?
I don't know, but I guess it's the key.
Perhaps. Could I interest you in clothing?
What do you like?
I'm a tailor. No one's asked me to make anything for them other than
I
Edward.
mean, if you want to make me something, by all means, you're welcome to.
I would love. I mean, frankly, I'm really good at it.
Okay.
And so, if anyone is looking for, I've been waiting for someone to ask me, like, "Hey, Triplets, you're an incredibly skilled seam person, like tailor. I would love a new outfit change. I've been wearing the same thing for, I don't know, an entire campaign."
I've had quite a few changes, but okay.
It's
yeah,
true.
if you want to-
I mean, just from what I know of you, you do seem to have the most outfits. Did you know that Edward's closet is just the same set of tunics? There's like 50 sets of the same tunic. He
How
was a
dare you
different
tell
one.
my secret?
I kind of figured. I mean, so it's like, you know, when you go into like customize your character, and then there's ones where it's like you just can change the colors of it. That's Edward.
Edward,
Mine,
yep, that's
mine
very
is
much.
like the ones where you can like fully like change and accessorize, and like as you level up, they change as well. That's kind of mine.
Fantastic. I have a shift weave. I can switch through 5 different outfits at a word.
Amazing. It's almost like my controller is like an artist who really enjoys drawing that kind of
That's
thing.
wild.
It's crazy.
I've made a shift weave for
Whoa.
Edward. I can make another one for you that lets you
Wild.
switch through.
I
the-
would
Let's
love
get
that.
on this.
Let's do
and then
that.
we're going to pan over. Speaking of Edward.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
As we're speaking of Edward, yes, Edward, you have been by yourself.
Well, I'd like to kind of backtrack. Can I say what Edward did after they left?
Perfect. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was
Okay.
going to ask.
So, I'll just describe the scene. He doesn't say anything, he doesn't do much. Edward takes his boots off. He takes all the scraps of things off the bed, puts them in a pile, kind of to the side. He puts down his pack and he gets out his journal. And he sits on the edge of his bed and he like holds it with this like quill as if he's about to write something. He thinks for a bit and he frowns. And he doesn't write anything, and he just puts the journal back, and he just lays down and he falls asleep. And then, if it's all right, I'd like Edward to wake up later that evening, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So he'll wake up, rub the sleep from his eyes. He might mill around a tad, but then he's going to, in his like restlessness, he wants to go see Cather,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Yeah.
Hopefully Cather is like in his personal place, the place where he was like Well,
Cather's
no, he was
definitely
beating
still-
up that thing in the main
Yeah, he's
room,
definitely
but-
still in that room. He has switched from his shirtless combat training to breathwork over in the corner because he's tired from hitting a dummy for like 5 hours.
Okay. And is he alone? I hope he is.
Yes.
I mean,
You do notice
it's okay if
also-
there are others like in the room as long as they're not like with us, I guess.
We're probably in the main room. Abinthy, Renaya, and Glossia
Oh yeah,
all
we're
got
hanging out with
together,
Glossia.
and Abinthy has just been making clothes for the two
I
of
love
them for
this.
like
I
hours.
support this.
Okay,
We're doing
awesome.
this.
Glossia
Yes.
has been dressing Renaya up like a Barbie doll.
I
It's
support
fantastic.
this. Renaya
We are-
supports this.
I'm making clothes.
This is the dream.
I'm like, Glossia, this would look incredible on you. And she's like, this would look
Yes.
incredible on Renaya. And we just,
as
we
long
just
as
have
you
a whole
as long as
fashion
you all
show
can
over in the main room.
as long as you all can ensure some privacy, then
Oh.
like we're good. Like as
Well,
long
this
as our
will
words
occupy
won't be-
us for hours.
Okay, perfect. So, Edward will first walk over to Cather and stand with his hands on his hips and just say, "You have a lot of nerve being around us." And then he'll crack a smile and be like, "I'm just kidding."
He like looks up at you. What?
Why does this feel like Beast Boy bothering Raven?
It's just like,
He'll. You actually notice. Cather begins to stand, but you do notice that he's actually like sitting, and like he had like his like sword like in his scabbard, like just laying in front of him.
whoa, hey, you don't have to stand. I'm going to join you. And Edward starts sitting. Like, are you like on the floor?
Yeah, no, he's just sitting like crisscross on the floor.
Yeah. Edward joins you. He sits crisscross next to you, actually. And Edward will talk. He'll be like, "You know, Cather, I haven't told you, but it's comforting being around you again."
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, it's like I've been in a blizzard, and now I'm like sitting in a room with a hearth. That's what it's like. I don't know, you're calming. And it feels like you bring some sort of certainty again. Even though there's a lot of uncertainty to what we're doing. It brings me back, you know?
You do see a somewhat puzzled look on Cather's face, almost like oddly enough, as if he's like shocked that you would say that.
Mm-hmm. Edward's smiling back.
Yeah, and he'll just kind of glance over at you. Well, thank you, Edward. And I don't think I ever properly said thank you for helping getting me out of Sigil. I'm not quite sure what I would have done without you guys, so thank you.
You're welcome. We went through a lot to do that.
I'm sure you did.
I knew it'd be worth it, though. And I also knew that you probably wouldn't get why I say this. I know it's out of the blue. You want to know something, Cather?
If you want to.
I would like to. Do you remember? Of course, I know you do. But do you remember when we faced the first anathema? And
Yes.
well, Tarak passed, saving me. Right after that, when Athala had been successfully recovered, or more so successfully destroyed, and we were sitting. I don't think you were with us at the time. It was just Renaya and I for a bit. We sat there, and we looked out over the city, hearing the yells. Although it was terrifying and shocking, in a way, it felt like there was nothing more to be afraid of. Like, I was relieved. and calm. Don't get me wrong, I was sad. But it felt right. And there was Renaya, sitting with me. And I swear she felt the same. I haven't felt that way since that day. Not once. It's like since that day, all attempts at rest have failed me. All I do is work. I used to dream. I used to play music. I hardly touch my lute anymore. I hardly talk to my mother. Things with Tiala, they were impossible. And seeing you again, I know things aren't the same for you either. But it's like it's putting me right back on the road to Katin. I thought I wanted to go back home, but I was blind. I was home. My home wasn't home. It was a lie. It was mist over my eyes. And the things you led me through were the things that tore the mist away from me. The comfortable mist. You thrust me into a place of fear, but a place of clarity. Because of your visions, your actions. Don't get me wrong. I know that Tarak helped me see that I did what I had to do too. I know that I've played a part in forging my own story, for that's what Tarak preached. It's what Tarak instilled in all of us, in Athala. To believe what you believe and know why, and do something about it. And not to look back. And you remind me of those things. You remind me of the why, Cather. When I've forgotten it. Does this all make sense?
Words. I cannot express what that means to me, Edward, to hear you say that. I hope that I can be that man again someday. I must apologize to you.
For what?
I'm not the same friend that you had 3 years ago.
Neither am I. But continue.
I care deeply, Edward, for your well-being and your success. I'm amazed at the things that you've done at Athala. You've accomplished so many things, and in so many ways I can see you being the beacon of hope that both myself and Tarak saw you to be. While your life before wasn't what you thought it was, you made a new life for yourself. For yourself. And I'm very proud of you, Edward. However, it feels like I have had the opposite journey, unfortunately.
In what way?
He will stand up and walk over to his bag and pull out a mask. Silver mask with the face, half the face of an elf and half that of a scroll with a rose blooming. But you see, it doesn't glint like it used to. And you see, cutting across both the skull and the elven face is this large crack that almost makes it so that the two pieces barely hold together anymore.
Oh my, Cather, what happened? What kind of fight did you get into to deserve this?
He places it by the blade and barely unsheaths part of it, and you see near the hilt of the blade, it is actually broken, jagged, and you know what? DM, could I ask for Edward to roll a perception check?
Sorry, I clicked my button. Yes, please do.
How does a 13 do?
Sure, good enough. You, in glancing at the blade, you do also notice before he kind of sheaths it, on top of the blade being broken, you actually see it seems to be covered, almost like stained with like soot and ash. Before he like puts it back away.
Now, what have you gotten into to deserve something like this? That sword seemed like it could never be broken. I've seen you slice whole giants in half with the thing. Twice. What'd you do, hit a rock? Toss it in a volcano?
It is called the Broken Promise.
I thought I had a different name.
It once did. It is no longer the judge's gavel, as it once was.
I see. Is this your choice?
It was.
Oh. Really?
But I fear it was the wrong one.
I would have never guessed. What? Why? What went wrong? You seemed so certain before.
I do not doubt that once I do not doubt that my journey and my mission was a righteous one. I wholeheartedly believe I was down the right path. But after we split our ways, I continued down a path of war to try and stabilize some uncertainty within my own people. And doubt began to creep in. Not in my mission, but my ability to complete it. And that doubt eventually led me down this road, where now I stand with a broken blade and a broken purpose. Wondering, how do I pick up the pieces? How does one recover from something like this? What road is there that leads to redemption
Cather, I see in you a great oak. A powerful and strong and healthy. Impressive in months where they can grow their leaves. But even oaks lose them. Not only leaves, but branches. They suffer storms. Quite honestly, they look a bit ugly in the winter. But they get the leaves back. Do you think they give up in the winter? No. It's just the time for them to not be the hero, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's a stupid analogy. It's how I see you, though. Do you really think that you're destined to be like this forever? We have talk of fighting Baphomet of all people. As crazy as that is, and not to talk
Cather
the
pulls
Fae.
Edward into a hug.
Oh. Okay.
And you do actually hear ever so quietly him crying.
Oh.
Not the silent man tears. Anything but the silent man tears.
Oh, hey, it's alright. It's
I
okay.
could hear Lydia scream from above me.
Oh my gosh. It's alright. I'm sorry if I said something.
You said exactly the right thing.
Good. I was schooled in speech, as you said earlier.
You are quite the bard with words. Yes. I've missed you, Edward. Greatly.
I've missed you too.
And I'm sorry that I didn't come to visit more.
Ah, I was hardly at the keep. Well, I think time for some drinks, don't you think? I know you can't. Wait.
I
You
don't know.
broke your promise.
I don't know. Maybe.
Just one.
Let's see if Cather can get drunk.
No, we're not drinking that
Fiendish
much.
liquor.
It's
I
a
was gonna
different
ask,
story,
what happens
baby.
if a celestial drinks fiendish liquor?
Only good things I could imagine.
Yeah, I can only assume the best.
Only the best.
So,
Well, I assume that ends. We'll take some drinks, May. I don't know.
I also have a thing potentially. We've got 15 minutes, right?
okay, all right,
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Man,
Let's go.
all the things.
Do we like? Do you guys show up and grab some drinks or something or anything like this? Is that a thing that you guys do? Like, is that kind of what we're
Yeah,
leading
I
this thing?
I'd love
imagine.
to-
Yeah, I imagine that. Yeah, they kind of finish up. That Cather collects himself, wipes away the tears.
Edward too.
This never happened.
Yeah, he had tears in his eyes.
He does look to Edward. You didn't see me cry.
No. I
Is this
guess.
the one
What's
time
it
that
called?
Cather's cried in the campaign?
No, he's cried
No, he's
before.
cried. I think.
No.
I mean, he cried when Bison died.
Oh yeah.
He-
Abinthy cries like
cry
every
when the Lord-
episode.
Abinthy's a
then-
crier, and that's why
I
we
mean,
love him.
Edward will look for wine. I assume at the minibar. I'm assuming there isn't. So
There's
he'll
wine.
just find something, be like, I don't know, we could try this, and he just pours a little bit over some ice.
Renaya, Abinthy, and Glacia have put together one of those quick change acts.
I'm like, it's like magic. It is magic. At some point in time in the night, I assume that there will be that awkward moment when you're at a party and there's someone that you know, but you aren't talking, and then you go to a separate room, and then they're in that room, and you have to strike up a conversation because you know them.
Yeah,
And you're I assume that happens with Abinthy and Cather.
I knew it.
Yeah, you don't
Everybody
get
wants
to
talk to
escape.
Cather tonight.
You don't look. He's been gone for the first 6 episodes.
You
Okay.
got a lot of catching up to do.
And then Leshka was there, and we had to split our attention 50-50.
That's right.
And then
Yeah.
Leshka wanted to talk with Cather, and it was
Yeah,
chaos.
Leshka,
Oh, God.
It's just the worst
Yeah,
episode.
I hate
What
that
a
guy.
dude! Just keeping Cather
Oh.
all to himself like that.
At one point, you do find Cather just looking over the different alcohols and drinks at the bar, wondering ever so slightly, can I get drunk now? Is this a thing that can happen? While the
Yeah.
rest of you are over at the other
Yeah, I like stumble. I like don't stumble. I'm very refined. I walk calmly over there, and I'm like, I suggest the strawberry wine. It's imported. It's very good. I love strawberry wine.
They do have wine. I was looking. I couldn't find any.
I just throw a bottle at
That's
everyone.
terrible. Oh wait, were you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to Cather. Cather's over by his thing.
Thanks.
It just catches it, doesn't
go.
even look.
Yeah.
It's from his fight dancing with the orcs.
Yeah,
You know, he's got
absolutely.
really good at his instincts are really good.
We haven't really gotten a chance to talk a whole lot.
No, I suppose we haven't.
Yes, and
Aside
you
from
don't
that
really know who I
one
am.
chat, that one meeting that we had a couple years ago when I visited
Yes,
the keep.
and the entire meeting went, "Hey, what do you want in your town?" You went, "Nah, nothing. It's fine."
More
and
or less, yes.
then-
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Okay," and that's not a very good one.
I do
I'm sure
have
that
a
you-
couple ideas for that, by the way. Now,
Oh,
when we have a chance, I can
ecstatic.
maybe drop a few things for you.
I also have some suggestions if you're interested. I've been thinking about it for 3 years. But I mean, obviously, since we haven't had a whole lot of chance to talk, I'm sure that I've done some things and said some things and have caused you to question some things about some people.
I try to bite my tongue.
Well, I mean, this is the time, the drinks are flowing, loose lips sink ships, but I don't see any water.
Cather does.
Ask me anything. Questions?
As you guys own a ship that
Concerns?
flies through the air.
Cather does grab like a bottle of wine, and uncorks it, and pours himself some, and takes a sip. Does he feel any of the alcohol? Like, does he like?
Roll a Constitution saving throw
One sip.
with
he's
disadvantage.
blasted.
Because you're
Blasted.
Oathbreaker now.
Yeah.
He
and
has a
and it's
negative
fiendish.
constitution.
Also, was that just
He takes
confirmed
damage.
that Cather is an Oathbreaker paladin?
Good point.
I assume that's
Not
a one.
I know it is.
No.
I assume that's a one.
No.
Oh.
It's not just a one. All right. Give me some.
It's a zero.
Give me some credit here.
It's a 0.
It's a one. Both of them are ones. I rolled with disadvantage.
No.
Both die are ones. Now, that being said,
Cather
TM,
dies.
That being said, TM. Okay. That being said, it is a total of 6.
So, Catherine, this is the first time in 3, 4, 5 years
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, 5
Something along those lines. where the effects of alcohol have any footing. And you are the biggest lightweight on the planet now. You take a sip, and I'm sorry, I know this is embarrassing, but you immediately start to feel it. You take a look at that and you're like, wow, that's strong stuff.
He's just like,
Don't worry, you don't have to drink anymore if you don't want to.
he takes like one tiny more sip, and then he just sets the glass to the side.
I say, oh, not to your liking? Well, I mean, it's fair. It's
No,
distilled by
it's not quite
demons.
that. It actually tastes
devils,
remarkably well, and that's the problem.
Oh,
Uh,
no. It doesn't sound like a
How do-
problem to me. I just slam the glass.
how do I put this? This is probably the first time in about 4 to 5 years that alcohol has had any effect on me. So my body is getting used to it. I have to build myself back up again. Back in the day, I used to be quite the
That's
drinker. That's why I
Well,
stopped.
there is no better time than now. The drinks are free, probably. There are some that will try to steal
I-
your soul and do have sentience. I
I,
would
uh,
advise staying away from this.
You do hear one of the glasses kind of burp a little bit over in the
I say,
side.
quiet, you.
That is very kind of you. I think I will resist for now, because who knows what might happen if I were to actually get drunk.
Quite pious.
But
yes,
yes,
questions, concerns, anything.
I mean,
I'm an open book.
I suppose I'm really just curious how you met my friends and how you came to join them on their journey to find me.
Well, yes, I approached Edward sometime after you rescued Ocloron, offering to assist with the construction and enchantment of Gambit's Keep. I believed that a debt needed to be repaid, and I was willing to pay it. And then, over the course of 3 years, I was given lodging and
assisted with construction and enchantment as I was asked to do so. And then Edward asked me for some advice on several different things and slowly got closer. He trusted me more. He took me on a couple of diplomatic meetings. I'm fluent in Orcish, so I was able to assist him with dealings with the Orcs of Ank'Leron. And then eventually I was at the keep and Renaya showed up searching for the second Lex. I happened to be there. Edward happened to show up at the same time, incredibly coincidentally. And then Leshka showed up not soon after, and then a whole jamboree just started going on, and Will decided to search for you. I am rather proficient in certain areas of magic, so I figured I would be of use, and they were kind enough to allow me to continue on with them.
I see. Well, thank you for your help and getting me out of Sigil. I'm not quite sure what I would have done if you guys didn't get there. I'm not proficient in magic really at all.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. I'm sure that you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Even though they are skin tight to those rippling biceps.
Oh, thank you. I suppose I have a few, but they are a little more focused, as it were.
Straightforward.
Baggy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard tale of your escapades.
Oh yes. And
A
you,
great war hero
seem
and everything.
very well versed yourself. Is there perhaps anything that maybe I heard of your accomplishments?
Oh, I'm sure that you've heard of me, although I doubt you would know me by name. I tended to use a moniker of some sort whenever I would go about. I did. This is a very little known one, so keep it hush hush. Currently only you and Renaya know about it. I just told her today. I did go to war with the elemental planes for a while.
Interesting.
So
That seems
I
quite
suppose
difficult.
specifically, if you ever go to the plane of fire, I am known as the Scourge of Dis. So
Interesting.
they hate me over there.
Well, it does seem
but
that you
today-
are well versed and very capable.
I was a younger
Glad to
man at
have
the
you.
time. I was stronger then. But yes. God dang it, Grant! I hate you just deeply.
I couldn't help myself.
Grant message to the group, everyone. Scourge of D's nuts. And I just want everyone to know and shame him.
We have a Zoom chat.
Wow, jeez Louise.
But yes, if that is all of the questions that you have for me,
I mean, I'm sure things will come up as
I'm sure
as
things will pop up.
time
most
travels.
likely.
But
I've hung out with at least one other religious person in my life. One of the best friends I ever had and one of the most annoying people I've ever met.
right.
I'm sure that our relationship would be very similar.
I suppose I have no issue with that. Although I promise I will not probably be as maybe demanding, maybe religiously.
I hope
as
that
he
you're
was.
less of a friend and also less of an irritation.
Yes.
But
yes.
I suppose we should probably get back to the party, but they're wondering where party. The small social gathering of friends and my girlfriend.
Right.
You turn and you do see Renaya off in the corner with Glacia. So it's you and Katha over here, Glacia and Renaya over there, and then there's just Edward by himself. Just
No. It's Edward and Pockets.
You're muted, by the way.
it is
Grant.
Edward in pockets.
Edward is playing
they're
his
having a
flute with
conversation.
Pockets dancing.
Yeah.
I've got a pocket full of sunshine.
So
You know, like that
Renaya,
kind of thing.
We should probably go save pockets, am I right?
Okay, how I imagine it is like Renaya's still just getting dressed up. Like she's just standing there, like just letting it happen, enjoying it. Like this is so fun.
it needs more sparkles,
I was thinking the same thing.
and the whole thing turns sequence. A little too much.
Maybe not sequence. Maybe a different.
That's a little bit too Dolly Parton, my dear.
And then this would be back like when Abinthy and like Catherine were first going away.
Yeah.
Like as soon as Abinthy's like kind of they're distracted, Catherine's distracted, Edward's doing his thing.
Edward's babysitting.
Edward's babysitting.
I've got a pocket full of closet. Beep, boop, beep, boop, button.
Renaya is going to making sure nobody else hears, but is going to ask, well, Glacia,
Yes.
so I don't know much about this whole, like, halak thing. Nobody really does. I've been looking for, like, years on anything with it. But when the Blood Wars end, what do you want?
Roll a persuasion check.
This is when Renai realizes that when we kill Baphomet, she has to take his place and just continue the blood war.
21.
Yeah, she got a 5.
That's my girl.
I want my father dead. But I do believe in his vision. And I want to carry it out.
Can I make an insight check?
Go for it.
This is the worst that Peaches ever
I mean,
rolled.
I rolled a 9, but that's a 19.
Big numbers. It's fun, right, Lydia?
It's pretty fun.
Big
Yeah.
numbers are fun.
What are
are
you trying
those?
to determine?
Well, first of all, I'm wanting to get a sense of the kind of emotion behind that want. And then I also want to know if there's anything else, if there's anything like along with that more extended, because it was pretty short and vague.
Okay.
I mean,
The emotion behind it, there's a couple. Ambition's a big one. Revenge, hatred are two big ones, specifically towards her father. You get the sense that, well, here, roll a history check, I guess.
Yeah, what is Asmodeus's vision?
Yeah.
that's an 18.
Okay. You don't know much about Asmodeus, but you do know that there is a large difference between devils and demons, mostly in the fact of how they think that the world should be. Demons want to take over the world, but they don't want to take over the world. They want to see chaos reign throughout the world. They want there to be no structure. You do whatever you want, whenever you want, whole 9 yards. And so their goal for the material plane is to destroy everything and let anything and anyone do whatever they please. Devils simply want to usurp the gods, and specifically Asmodeus wants to basically take the place of the Pantheon and Lonantari and rule over the material plane as the unquestioned leader and ruler of the material plane. There's going to be order and structure, and he truly believes that if he can achieve this, he can set the plane and the world to how it truly should be, and in a perfect setting, everything would be right. There would be no war, there would be no famine, everyone would have a place, everyone would have a job, everyone would fall into the hierarchy and work towards this glorious utopia where he sits on the throne. So, knowing that, you understand what she means by when she says that she wants to achieve his vision and that she believes in his vision. You do know that if you do get the understanding that if she couldn't achieve that, she would rather everything fall apart. It's either she wins or nobody wins, is the type of person that she is. You also know that there is a small side of her who, because you have like a freaking +10,
numbers, they're fun.
You know that she has plans to make sure that Triple Wits is by her side with that.
Renaya doesn't really like respond. She just kind of like gives a little nod, listening to it, but other than that, she just keeps letting her get dressed up and carry on. She does do a quick glance at the other three, make sure they're still distracted, but then continues being dull.
At this point, as Edward is singing his song, every time he's like pocket full of whatever, Pockets pulls something out, and Edward sings that lyric with that.
I've got a pocket full of croutons.
Croutons
Yeah!
are thrown out of the pocket.
I've got a pocket full of acid.
He does pull out one vial and
just throws
smashes it on a table.
You see Abin turn around. He's like, "Who's ready for shots? These aren't just any shots. They're shots where you actually get shot." He pulls out a bow and arrow.
With you guys partying
Abinthee's
and
definitely
going
drunk.
crazy. Abinthee's drunk.
I've been drunk this whole campaign.
Can
you
you
guys
get it
just
in the bag
haven't
of
seen.
holding?
Whoa!
We're going to go ahead and end tonight's episode as you guys prepare. I think that's what you guys are doing for a meeting with Zario.
I've got a pocket full of another closet.
It's
He-
just a corpse.
He just pulls out a dead body.
It's a skeleton.
Oh
my God.
gosh. Ugh.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. I thought it was very fun. I really enjoyed all the roleplay. You guys did great. Got to catch up with Cather. Grand old time. Cather cried. We love making Cather cry.
We did make Cather cry.
We did make Cather cry.
The
And
cast
my
stands
favorite
for-
thing about it is
Cryther.
we love Abinthy because of how much he cries, and it's rubbing off on Cather just a little bit. So
That's right.
Guys are
I'm
bonding.
an infectious crier.
That's right.
They were meant to be.
Check out the third episode of Between the Rows this Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you haven't gone and checked out our Patreon to be able to check out the Triple Wits and Edward one shot, go subscribe to us on Patreon. That released last Friday.
It's really funny.
If you don't want to subscribe to us on Patreon, become a subscriber to us on Twitch, and that should be released, I think, on December 1st, I think is the plan. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it's around the beginning of December.
Shout out I Am
I think we
Magic
said
101
December
and
1st.
Wander Spirit for hanging out all episode, and everybody
Yes.
else who has been seeing and lurking. So happy you're here.
We've had a
Yes.
couple new people too. Welcome to the new
Yeah.
people.
Very much so.
Welcome.
Sorry,
Also, go
Drew,
check
for
out-
not having combat.
he got the
Emotional combat.
I got a wonderful conversation with all three members of the party, and I got a training time. So
and he got to show off his sword, which is really what he wanted.
And he got Drizonk. Just
yeah,
kidding, he
and the
didn't.
cool part about the sword is there's more to show. So I haven't even showed all the
What?
cool things.
Also,
That's what the
go
that's
check
what
out
the K stands for.
Hashtag
Go check out the
Jesse.
Mist manuscripts. Support them. They're awesome. Suicide prevention, really important stuff. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say.
Shout out Jesse
What?
Gessie.
There is one
Unmasked.
thing
We're
to
also
say.
here.
One more thing to say.
There is one thing. What is it? Oh wait, I know.
Good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We will see you next time. Have a great night. Have a
Goodbye.
great life. So long.